one. No, you can't subscribe during the pause into the space-time continuum. That doesn't make sense. Hello? Is the YouTube on? I think the YouTube's on. All right. Good job, guys. We made it through this troublesome, trying situation. We've done it. We got past the one. You can resume. You can stop pausing your lives. Welcome to the WARDITV 2025 Championship. It's Championship weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze, just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynolds going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal and everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege time, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high grounds, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the adept. Oh, the worst adept chain of all time. Classic is your WARDITV 2025 champion. .4-0 dominance. Bam! And just like that, the StarCraft 2 on the Monday got ready to go. It's a beautiful Monday, guys. I don't know, everyone's in chat saying it's Tuesday. You guys must have drank way too much this weekend, still hungover or something. It's Monday, and it's WARDITV Mondays 77, the best Monday Cup we've had since last week. Very excited to get into it. It's been a weird weekend, man. Like, I don't know why. The Winter Championship playoffs just didn't really seem real. And then we had, I think it's because my brain just went into like a mush mode of like trying to admin tournaments while casting on front page. Like, it was, this weekend was just a thing. So, that happened, I suppose. What are we going to start the day with? I mean, I'm looking at maybe like a Clem Zound round 2, or maybe like Showtime Q round 2, but Q is going to have a little while to wait. So maybe we just go Clem Rebellion. And we'll just follow Clem to start the day off. Maybe I think that's probably the smartest choice actually overall. So we will probably go with that as our game plan. Beautiful. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the WARDITV Mondays. So I had Helen had a hospital appointment thing yesterday, so had to just take the day off to go sort that out. And just go there with it and stuff. So we were just not here yesterday, but we are here today. How great is that? So yeah, obviously usually we just move the WARDITV Mondays over a day if we need to. Look at that, by the way. Whoa, a magical world awaits. What? In Call of Dragons is that? Yes, it is. What's that? New sponsor on the stream for the next 3 weeks. Call of Dragons, helping to make your StarCraft 2 lives better by giving you StarCraft 2 to watch and enjoy by giving us money to run StarCraft 2 events. Incredible. What, you can !COD and get straight into the Call of Dragons campaign and start playing today and start earning money for the stream? No way. Do we earn much money from that? Abso-freaking-lutely. What do we earn? Yeah, every time you install the game, we get paid. You get level 5, we get paid. You get level 9, we get paid. You just level up, basically. We get paid. Call of Dragons. We'll be playing that on stream, I want to say maybe this week. It's Team League week 1 this week, so I'm a little bit tentative about playing on stream this week. Maybe we play some tomorrow, though, actually. Or maybe we just do it next week. I'm not sure, but we got 3 weeks to do that, so if you want to tinkle on with Call of Dragons, then we can have a look. So, yeah, tinkle on with that. Cool. Alright, how are we all doing, guys? How's everyone feeling? Sipship, thanks so much for the 15-month resub. Rockstar, thanks so much for the 13-month resub. I appreciate you guys starting us off. Can I help the movement to get probes nerfed? They're too damn strong. I can tell you everything I can do to get probes nerfed. Let me start now. And there you go. Cool. So hopefully that will help your movement. I hope you can take the insight and run with it. Brilliant. Oh, Ellie is barking so much today, I swear. I swear every day as I start streaming, she's like, I feel like she hears the stream turn on. She's like, it's time to bark. Or just something happens outside around the same time every day and it's just a coincidence, but like, it's probably more realistic and more likely, but I like to believe she's just like, the stream is on. I must bark, just in case. Just in case. Alrighty, guys, we are kicking off into some action as we get into the games today. We get ready to kick off and cast some StarCraft 2. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for being here. It's WARDITV Mondays. It's so good to see you guys. Clem Rebellion going to be our opening match. Clem's down a possible round 2 matchup, so that could be interesting. Excited to see if that maybe comes around as we work our way through this WARDITV Monday action. How's everyone doing? How are you guys feeling? Yeah, I've missed you guys. I've especially missed you guys on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. I'm so sorry we weren't live on Sunday, and then I was obviously just not here at all yesterday. Oh, that was horrible. I still really pissed off about this front page situation. We're probably gonna have to take front page again in the future. Like, it literally like quadruples our ad revenue for the day or something. It's like, it's hard to say no, but like, it's so dumb. I did say I was gonna rebroadcast on YouTube afterwards as well on Sunday. I was just freaking tired, man. My brain was mush. The concept of putting the YouTube live and just even watching over it, like, I was so ready to go to bed. It was 8 p.m. already, so yeah, it was it's a thing. It was a day. We got through it. Here we are, coming out the other side of the day and ready to cast some StarCraft 2 for you. And yeah, I appreciate you guys. Hope everyone's super excited to cast some games with me. Oh, you guys don't actually get to cast. Well, you guys can cast along if you want. We should do the WARDITV cast along at some point. But most importantly, you guys just have to sit and watch. So you guys sit and watch. I will do the casting. And together, in unison, we shall enjoy the games. If that sounds good to you guys, then it sounds very good to me. I'm happy with this plan. I'm happy with this trade out. So, like I say, if you guys are happy with the trade out, we'll just do it like that. We'll just send it. My phone just fell in my pocket. Oh my goodness. What else can go wrong today? What else can go wrong today? Yay. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Very exciting update in the Wardy household, by the way. Helen became a YouTuber yesterday. Uploaded her first YouTube video. Which means that I actually officially got my first ever job as a YouTube thumbnail maker and editor. Because, you know, if I do it for myself, it's not really a job. It's just part of what I do, right? But, like, now I'm like, now I'm basically a full-time YouTube editor, you know? It's been a wild day since I last talked to you all. You take one Monday off and the entire world spins on its axis or something. Crazy. All right. Hello. How we doing, guys? How's everyone feeling? Dark Shrine coming up. Probe and the Adept coming through. Warpgate is building. We should do a 20-person Discord group cast. Yes. Because it's not chaotic enough when 4 people are on the couch at Home Story Cup. We need 5 times that number to truly get the essence of StarCraft across. You thought I retired? Well, because I took a day off? Yeah, well, I know what this. I know. I'm not as passionate as some of these other StarCraft 2 tournaments out there, guys. I take a day off and I get it. You know, like, you know, other people were probably live yesterday when I wasn't. Like, it's just a sign of passion. It's clearly draining out of my body. I'm sorry. Oh, we're chatty today. Jeez, take one day off, the entire Twitch chat starts talking. Vast comparison to when we ended the stream on Sunday, where I was accidentally muted for the entire game, and not one of the single many thousand people in the entire stream were like, huh, is Wardy meant to be not talking over the entirety of this game? I still have not gotten over that, guys. I've not gotten over that one yet. Ay, ay, ay. It's been a hot second since I've actually been, like, casted muted. Crazy. Crazy. Probably went to a Pokemon convention. I did no such thing. I spent the day doing... Well, I mean, I can run down what happened yesterday. This Raven catches the DT. It's going to be a disaster. I can run down what happened yesterday. I woke up. I took Ellie for a walk. I did Team League admin because that's apparently my life right now. I forgot how much work you have to do when Team League's a thing. I also had to fix up a bunch of plays. You guys are going to love this one. So, you guys tell me if this makes sense, right? Everybody in the Team League signs up, right? A week ago, I give everybody a list of days that they could maybe play on. And say if there's any issues, let me know. Right? Then, 5 days ago, I give everyone their team-specific matchups and times. And say, hey, double check if there's any issues with any of these times, let me know, right? Do you guys... Now, question. If this happened to you guys, and you guys were part of the GSL event on Wednesday, while also seeing that there's a Team League event on Wednesday, do you guys think you might correlate the fact that the two events are at the same time might be worth bringing up to the organizer, asking you if there might be a problem? Personally, maybe I'm the crazy one here. Personally, I would be like, I can't play Wednesday. Maybe I should let them know that at any point in the last week when they were asking me. You know? Maybe, right? Possibly, you know? And this is my absolute favorite part of it. This isn't just a couple players. There are 13 players, and not a single one said anything. Not a single one. You know, and you know what this makes me realize is that my belief in like checking with players their schedule is completely broken. Like, what is the point of checking when players are available when clearly they have no idea unless it's 48, maybe even 24 hours before it actually happens? You found out last minute? That's even crazier. Because, okay, here's actually the better part of this story. I actually knew the GSL event was happening 3 weeks ago. They reached out to me and asked me, would this be a problem? Now, when they asked me, they said we were doing a small-scale event. Would it be a clash? And I was like, well, you start 2 hours before me. I can organize it so, like, you know, certain players start a bit later. I was like, I'm pretty sure this isn't an issue. Like, how big can a small-scale event be? You know, so I was like, no, it's fine. Don't you worry. I'll not cause an issue for you. Which I didn't. Like, I'm not going to make the players. Like, I'll sort it out. That's fine. But, like... I didn't realize a small-scale event is like, hey, we're going to have every single Korean player participate, and they must stream the entire thing, so there's no possible way we can schedule around it. Like, the miscommunication of this one was huge. It's funny. Like I say, not calling anyone out, I think. Just, if you tell me you're at an event, I usually feel like I can work around it. When it turns out, like, 14 players all get invited. Apparently last minute, so that's crazy if you guys found out last minute as well, because, like, in my eyes, at least, like, you know, I felt like you guys probably knew for like a week or two. Oh well, that's just funny. So anyways, yeah, the funny thing is, guys, tomorrow's Team League is going to be a banger. Are you guys ready for this? Tomorrow, we're going to have one matchup. Like one single series. So that'll be fun. That's why I'm kind of thinking maybe we do some Call of Dragons tomorrow, because then we can just do a series, do a bit of the sponsorship and stuff. Maybe we split the Call of Dragons into 2 1-hour things. Yeah. Anyways, Team League starts tomorrow, but maybe not quite in the epic aspect of, or the epic way in which we thought it would. But that's all good. I just thought it'd be funny to rant a little bit. No harm done. Yeah, it was just funny when all of a sudden everyone's like, hey, about that schedule thing. Yeah, I realized that I'm having the realization right now of like, hey, why didn't I run a Team League for the last few years? And it's like, obviously there was World Team League going on, but I was like, the real answer is that, like, when there was already a Team League, I obviously clearly thought there was absolutely no way in which I wanted to put the work into running a Team League on while there's not another one. And now I'm realizing that all that work is absolutely still existing. So I feel like I'm in admin mode 24/7. We admin this, we admin that. I've already rescheduled like 4 different matches. And the best part is I get done with it all, and the next day I wake up and it's time to start the next set of games admin stuff off, you know? It's great. StarCraft's so back. StarCraft's so alive, guys. Player schedules and admin stuff. We're at the absolute peak right now. We're at absolute peak. As Clem is kind of peaking in this game, the bio is looking very good. And the armor is kind of cute here. Even if Clem gets pushed back, he has a lot of supply, and don't imagine he actually gets properly pushed back. All he has to get rid of is a couple of the tanky units, and then he can just stim back into the Stalkers and the Zealots. And just keep on trading, like I say. Reinforcements should be massive for Clem. Enough to take this game. Every player needs an assigned PA. Yeah, to be okay in the player's defense, everyone is actually pretty good for the most part nowadays, and obviously in a team league setting, it's a bit more complicated because, especially, you know, we've got some players who like taking the role of being like a manager and stuff. So, like I say, it's not really a complaint that's founded upon like, oh my god, this is such a problem. I hate all the play. Like, it's just funny to me, you know. This is not truly like I'm tilted out of my mind and this is the end of worlds. I'm just I just thought it was funny. That's why I presented it in such a way as well. If I was actually mad, I would have just been like, you would know if I was mad. I get all moody and like silent and like I'm just like, yeah, it's stupid. So yeah, it's not about being mad. I just thought it was a funny, kind of a funny story to tell, honestly, more than anything. Funny. Alrighty, we're gonna go Tourmaline for second map of Clem and Rebellion. Clem is a big favorite here, so we're just kind of yapping on a bit at the start, and we'll obviously get into this and kind of get through. Like I say, definitely expecting Zaun to be the match after this. No result there just yet, but we'll kind of watch out for that. Zaun is playing against Choi Galaxy, so yeah, the expectation is we get into Clem Zaun after this. So. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Captain Ben over in the... Ben? Oh, God. I'm doing names too early in the day. It's only just past lunchtime. How you doing over in the YouTube chat? Oh, I'm so glad YouTube chat's back. You know what it is? When I was casting on Sunday and there's no YouTube chat on, it's so funny because like when I run ads on Twitch, I'm obviously freaking conditioned to run ads on YouTube. So every time I run ads on Twitch, I would turn over here, get my mouse, drag it to the... And I'm like, oh, YouTube's not live. Like, it's always so funny, I think, when you realize how much you... How do I want to explain this? When you realize just how much you, like... I guess muscle memory certain things, you know? It's like so much you just condition yourself to like, oh, when I do this over here, I'm going to do that over there. And it makes me realize there's like so many things like while streaming or casting. Even like to some extent casting, like sometimes when I have like an admin issue crop up, right? I just yap on and like somehow I manage to talk about the game. Not very well, but I talk and talk while actually typing out admin issues and sorting out. And then we come back, I'm like, wait, what's actually happening in this game? I'm like, I hope I didn't say anything weird. I had this a little while ago where I literally like had an admin thing come up and like I sorted it out and then I came back to look at the screen. I was like, I have no idea what's happening, but I'm pretty sure I've just talked for like 2 minutes straight. And then I watched, this interests me so much. I watched the game back later on. And when I watched the game back, I was just yapping on and I was like, yeah, you know, Terran's this and this map that, and you know, it'll be interesting to see what happens. No comment at all on the fact that Reaper just got like 2 link kills, but like I was yapping on. Get away with so much over here is what I'm realizing. Nothing can stop me. Maybe, possibly. That's wild. Autopilot, yeah. But isn't it weird? Like how can you autopilot casting? That's like the craziest thing. I mean, I guess you can. I guess it makes sense, but kind of, maybe. I don't even know. Not saying it's good to autopilot, just interesting that, you know, when I have an admin problem for a moment or two, I can actually just... Like, it doesn't always work, because sometimes, how often do I say, hang on guys, I got an admin thing, I gotta focus up for a second. But, yeah, no, it's, wild. Very interesting. Very interesting. What else is very interesting? Okay, gifted a sub to the community. That's very interesting. Thank you so much. Going out to Sylvia Platt. Thanks so much for the gifted sub. Massively appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you. Go Clem. Hell yeah, go Clem. I want Clem to win it today, guys. I just want Clem to win it. No, not beating around the bush. Clem to win. It's been so long since Clem won one of these cups. I actually feel a little bit uneasy, you know? Like, Clem has not won a WARDITV Monday this year. Now, that was funny to say in January when he lost the first finals of the year to Trigger. It's like, oh, Clem's not won one all year. Ha ha ha. It's March. And Clem has not won one of these things yet. So that's actually kind of wild, if you ask me. I actually think that one's a little bit crazy. So, yeah, kind of, I want Clem to win it today, because to me that brings a bit more normality back into life. So, but his TVP feels like it's struggling at the moment. Yeah, the pros players really have Clem's kind of playstyle a little bit on lockdown and figured out, so that might be a bit of a problem along the way. Let's just, yeah, a couple of Marines, CC in the starport, all coming up, a Stalker and a Warp Gate coming online, add a Twilight Counselor into the mix here as well. Is it Monday already? Yes. It is Monday today, guys. Well, I had such a... because I was off yesterday, it was such a weird thing, because usually if we don't do the Mondays, I'm somewhere else. Usually because the Mondays... what usually happens is if I don't do a Mondays because I'm like traveling home or something from an event or something along those lines, typically. So when I was just off yesterday and I was like kind of in the house for a lot of the day, I was like, it can't possibly be Monday because I'm never off on a Monday, you know? I was just like, huh. So I was so convinced it was Wednesday today because, or tomorrow. I was convinced it was going to be Wednesday tomorrow. This was yesterday. So I was so convinced today was going to be Wednesday. I was like, man, I'm so excited. I get to go play my cards on Wednesday. I'm like, oh, this could be great. I was so convinced it's going to be Wednesday. I'm like, keep remembering. No, it's Tuesday tomorrow. God damn it. It's been a wild day or two, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like my entire life has just been on a shifted kind of like, what the hell's going on since this weekend's Winter Championship playoffs, honestly. Since Saturday when we started doing the Winter Championship and Team League qualifiers at the same time. Yeah. You thought I was playing Pokemon Pokopia yesterday? Yeah, big problem with that is you need a Switch 2. And, you see, I had this master plan to not get scammed, right? So this I think is genius. So what always happens, aka what happened the one time I got a Switch, is I got a Switch. To be fair, I got a Switch a very long time ago at first. And then eventually they came out with the Pokemon Switch, right? Like the Eevee Pikachu version. And it was really sad because I couldn't get it. Because I already had a Switch. It didn't make any sense. In the end, I got Helen's. She got an Animal Crossing one. But, yeah, so I was like, you know what, for Switch 2, is this fight just going to kill Rebellion, by the way? I think it is. Rebellion might be dead. I was like, you know what, I'm not going to get a Switch 2 because, first of all, there's nothing on the Switch 2. And secondly... if I don't get a Switch 2, surely they'll release a Pokemon version when the new Pokemon comes out, like like Gen 10 next year. I was like, this is genius. I was like, honestly, I can probably get away with not playing a Switch 2 until then. Like, I don't need a Switch 2. What am I even gonna play on it? Yeah, now there's Pokopia and it looks fun. And I'm just like, I was like, Helen, you know, we're adults. We could just buy some Switch 2s and just play Pokopia. And she looks at me and she's like, we could. But then we're not going to be allowed to get the Pokemon Switch. And I go, no, don't say it like that. It's like, we could just waste the money. Pain. Pain. Animal Crossing's so good. Mate, this game is just Animal Crossing Pokemon style. It looks great. It looks so fun. We're children with adult money. Aye. Man, the last Animal Crossing came out was such a good time. Came out, we got locked in the house for the next 2 months because of the pandemic. What a great time to just have Animal Crossing to freaking spam. You buy me one with the YouTube money? Yes. This is where the YouTube... The only problem with this is that you need to be a YouTube partner to get YouTube money first, Helen. I know it's a master plan. I know it's... You think you're genius here, but we're not quite at that stage yet. A couple more videos, I'm sure. We'll get there. You have a Switch 2. Ugh, gosh darn it. See, I just know though, like if I get one, it'll probably be fun, but it's probably not going to be that much fun. That's worth buying it. I just can't do it. So we ain't doing it. There you go. Full stop. Full stop. Ain't doing it. I mean, not that this conversation in particular convinced me. Just I was already decided not doing it, but yeah. Oh, alrighty. Where are we at? Clem was winning, and I think Clem is probably going to win with this attack as well, so I don't think that is leaving too much up for debate, honestly. His army looks pretty darn good and is walking across the map pretty rapidly, so I got the feeling we're going to have ourselves a little advantage here for Clem in the next few moments. We're just going to be seeing the Bio going to fight. The Zealots will be going down. No upgrade from Clem, so the attack upgrade's there from Rebellion, but it's not quite shaping up to be enough, unfortunately. Yeah, that bio army just going big. Picking up a whole bunch more of the structures that you see there, and that is pretty much just going to be that. No, I mean, tanks in position. GG it's called, and Clem is going to take the first series of the day. Like I say, not really too surprising. He's definitely the favorite in this matchup. We expect him to win this one out. And he will advance on through to play Zaun in the second round. So he's going to play Zaun in the round of 16. And that's what we're going to go straight into next. Clem versus Zaun coming up in a couple moments. We'll get that ready to go. So that's obviously kind of why we followed Clem's first game. Get set up for that. And we'll get ready to go. I will just throw... I'm going to throw a round of ads on, guys. I'm going to throw a little round of ads on because why not? Because they'll have to veto, so I'll run some ads and we'll get back into Clem's Down in a few moments. In New Zealand, it's already Wednesday. Right, well... I'm just doing my research. If you are on the uninhabited United States territory of Baker Island and Howland Island in the Pacific, it's actually just turned Tuesday 30 minutes ago. So actually, in theory, for that time zone, it's still Monday night. You know, like Monday night going into Tuesday. So if we could stop being like regionist, you know, if we could stop being regionist about, you know, the time zones and the Monday Cup, you know, let's, you know, chill out a bit. We appreciate it. Crazy. Crazy. Ads just give your Bezos bucks to Wardy and you don't get ads? Yeah, it's a great trick. It's one I suggest people try out if they haven't already. It's a very powerful trick. Ad-free viewing. You guys want to know the best part, though, of the Monday Cup being moved to Tuesday this week? It inconvenienced Harston. What a great choice to move the Monday Cup. Honestly, I'm inclined to just move the Monday Cup to a Tuesday every other week just to mess with this guy. Yeah, it's brilliant. Brilliant payback for all of these snarky comments he's made at some point in my life talking to him. I love it. 10 out of 10 scenario. Clem is elected to not join the lobby, but we are in the lobby, so Zaun's hosted us up, so it shouldn't be long. Pretty quick turnaround here from one game to the next. I'll get this going in a second, as there is Clem. I'm going to get Coca here as well. Yeah, go on Monday Cup on Tuesday. Baits interactions in the chat. No, don't tell everyone the secret. Then they'll stop getting baited. This is how I actually get the this is how I get the the interactions up. You know, and we get people to actually talk about. You know, I actually think there's more chance that people talk about my tournaments because the Monday Cup's on a Tuesday than there is the fact that I run a freaking massive cool tournament. You know, I actually think there's a massive reality. I think there's a massive reality. Ay. Run a $5,000 tournament, everyone's like, yeah, that's just what Wardy does. But you move the Monday Cup to a Tuesday. Holy interactions, my friends. Holy interactions. And then it's going to be, then we're going to actually have WARDITV Tuesdays. We're going to rename it and rebrand it. And I'm going to start running it on Mondays again. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. We really should just call it the WARDITV Weekly, but like, Mondays just seemed like such a good idea at the time. There used to be a WARDITV Weekly as well in the past, so it would have been kind of weird to go back to a tournament name we already used. It's, yeah. It's one of those things, you know, you use the WARDITV Weekly brand in the first year of being WARDITV. Kind of a mistake, because it kind of locks you out of it forevermore. I mean, like, it doesn't, but, like, it's not quite... I don't like the idea of going back to it, you know? Zown in the bottom right is our red Protoss player. Clem in the upper left is our blue Terran. It's already actually a very difficult match for... It was actually a very difficult match already for Clem in this second round, and then obviously it is for Zown as well. Zown's dangerous, man. Zown is dangerous. As we get into this round of 16 and look to see what will be taking place, what will be getting going. WARDITV weekly most on Mondays. Yay. That should be that could have been a good catchphrase for a t-shirt or something, you know. Talking to t-shirts, I'm working on the merch store, guys, with our new merch stuff, so get excited for that. Maybe, possibly. Maybe you don't care. Maybe you do. How about WARDITV monthly on every Monday? Is it permanent? Why did I move it? Nope, it's just a 1 week thing. This is just to do. We sometimes things happen on a Monday, and instead of canceling and not casting StarCraft or not having a $400 weekly cup for the guys, we just move it to a different day, and then people still get to play their weekly cup, and we still get to cast it. It's just unfortunate on a Monday. The problem is if you move it to another Monday, it overlaps with another Monday cup, right? Like, and then everyone's like, well, am I going to play WARDITV Monday 76 or 77? I don't know. But no, it's not permanent. People just like to yap about it. A Wardy Ellie shirt confirmed. There is not a Wardy Ellie shirt. We did not get Ellie. We did not get Ellie included on the merch. I'm sorry. Try to cancel. Is on the way up. We see the Reaper not able to get a kill yet. Kind of trapped in this main base. The Stalker and Sentry zoning. Gonna make it difficult to get out. You see the Reaper will try. 1-2. Good grenade. Yeah, not enough. Needed the grenade to be kind of a bit further to the left, so the Stalker went the other way. That would have done a lot for you, I think, overall, as we just have the Orbital Command, the Marines, all building up, and we just have ourselves Twilight Counts coming through, Gateway, Probe, Stalker coming about, Wolf Gate on the way, Hallucination will be shading across toward the upper left-hand side of the map, so Hallucination will make a move toward the upper left-hand side. The barracks going down, Marines get underneath, the Hallucination gets hit a little further, so a bit more being done, still nothing really crazy just yet. We're chilling for a second. Blink, Robo, the gates all coming up. And yeah, that Raven coming through, a couple of simulators coming online. Well, yeah, a nice standard starting point here for this game. Nothing going to be too crazy to begin with. Everything looking very considerate and well-placed. I like where we're at early on here. I like it. Starport lifts off, going to move away from that tech labs, just going to pull off over to the sides for a couple of moments. Just going to move through there. Try to see what else is going on. The Hellion back around into the center of the map also, trying to see, again, another little bit of what else is taking place. Hellion, Stalker, just going to be clashing. The Temple Archives coming through, the Nexus still building. Just going to have ourselves the extra bits and pieces continuing in for the moment. That Raven just going to chill around the bottom side. Nice auto turret. Auto turret just keeps on chipping, so yeah, a little bit of damage being done, nothing too crazy. Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 all coming up. Marine Marauder continues to produce through as well. Marine Marauder on the way, everything else getting set. Everything getting kind of nice and happy here just for now. Take a few more moments to kick off further into this one. Raven around the bottom, still lingering then for a moment or two and figuring out what exactly it would like to get done next couple of moments as we just have the Stalkers trying to get a grab, but nothing much happening yet. Hellion staying clear. The Hallucination scouts everything, so Zown is fully in the know of what's up and playing into that Storm upgrade early, so choosing to play the Storm has definitely been, I still feel like is maybe the strongest kind of way of playing, but is maybe also quite fragile and maybe arguably the most difficult way of playing PvT right now. hard one to really kind of place because so many people still do rely just on those robo-based units and robo-based openers as their kind of, way of playing typically. So, hey, what's up, Sort of? Welcome everyone from the Sort of raid. Hope you guys are great. This is WARDITV Mondays, brackets on a Tuesday, close brackets. So, yeah, what's up? So much for the raid and welcome in as the Raven gets set up. A couple gates, the Prism and the charge going through, extra forges in production, a battery on the way. Soldiers will try and fight, go after the bio. The medevac going to be healing up a little bit. Couple of Widowmine's going to move over, and again, a couple ghosties on the way through as well. So we have those ghosts coming up and online. And yeah, armor upgrade, concussive shells. I think this Widowmine drop. Kind of a weird time in Zound. I was going to say I was going to have to split better than that. Just get the split off in the end. But man, that very nearly was very scary. 3 workers dead. Not bad. More work to be done still. A little cancellation going on. That charge still going through. Armor upgrades. 1-1 just in general right now from Zound. Splitting the double upgrades at this point to start playing catch up there. Because obviously he was later to start upgrades than Clem was. But the double forge should help you a lot to kind of even things out in that regard. And kind of, like I say, get us a bit more back on track for the moment. Fire gathering, a couple of Zealots will join up. Ghosts, armor upgrade, the Vikings still coming through. And we have ourselves the next couple of seconds of positioning here, because Clem is kind of being aggressive. It's fun to see kind of Clem stepping on the map. Yeah, there's two storms that actually do not do that much, so this actually works quite nicely. Observer does see the medevac reinforcing across the map, just in case that goes anywhere interesting. Maybe it's something Zound can keep an eye on or keep kind of in mind at least. Trying to set up the Widowmine, does not manage to though. Good retargeting from Clem, stopping the Widowmine from firing straight away. And that's a much better storm. Just saying, by the way, how can Marines, when the storm is here, how did the Marines die here? Question mark. Storm. Very good, huh? Man, this is actually very good from Clem until that storm. That storm was excellent from Zound. Like, that storm is the kind of storm that doesn't get much better than, you know? Like, full stop, that is just it. That's the dream. And you hit all those Marines, and that completely pushes Clem off the map. Kind of wild to see, because, like I say, Clem on the map in the first place. Usually the Terran doesn't get map control like this early on in the TVP. Once kind of tech units are coming out from the crossplayer. So I kind of like that part for Clem, the fact he was there, but couldn't stick around there forever. Backs away. Still didn't lose too much, lost a few Marines. That was about it. And now we do see the next phase of this, which is going to be 2-2 from Zound. Clem gets the double engineering base started. I think that's a big mistake, because I'm pretty sure that's meant to be an armory and an engineering bay, but he went engineering bay, engineering bay. He needs to realize this, because otherwise 2-2 will not be able to start. Now, obviously, it's not weird for a Terran to delay that 2-2 in favor of getting Viking Ghost up. But if you've delayed that and then it's going to be delayed even further because you don't realize right now that you're accidentally delaying it yourself, that becomes a very big problem very quickly, right? Becomes a very big problem very quickly. So let's see where we go from here. A few Stalkers lingering around, that Prism on the move with them. And again, a couple of Colossus, +2. Thermal Lance on the way. All of that coming straight by already. Seeing where we can move things as we just have. And so we'll gather up, take a couple seconds. Clem is maxed and he might get onto the map. Again, pushing is not going to be a quick process because storms should slow him down. Can't move across the map just super freely. Got to be ready to deal with a storm at any moment from that Prism, holding the High Templar. So you've got to be, like I say, very cautious about that, very kind of aware that that is happening here. Let's see the armory, the Vikings, the Ghosts. Continue to build through for a little bit, and on we go as the Stalkers still sit in the middle of the map here for a little bit. So we wait a few moments. Doesn't seem like Clem's going to end up going, which probably makes sense as well. Typically, TVP, it is better to play longer and longer games. If you can set up to 5-6 bases, especially this map actually really allows you to play very defensively and kind of into a much later situation just in general. So that's what we kind of decide to go for here, then I don't hate it from Clem. As you see the stall is getting underneath. The medevac going down quickly. These Stalkers will get after that factory. Marines and Marauder will go for the Stalkers as well. Trying to find a little extra already here. And been fairly successful in it so far. Gonna see that storm fading away, so just take a couple more moments. The Bioforce, the Vikings, the Ghost still gathering up. It's gonna move through for a second, and again, ship weapons and company coming up. Zan's already moved into Colossus, so he's got all of his different forms of splash up. He's now gonna get the Stargate going down as well, so we get a really good idea of, just like I say, where this is going at this current point. Bio, Viking gathering together, and away we move. Well, Zalstor Colossus going up the right-hand side. Just going to see the scan coming down again. Couple CCs, couple orbitals going through. The chip weapons is coming up as we speak. So again, a lot of that being brought into play already. That robo facility and the fleet beacon both building in 8 gates, producing. Observer on the way. 3 upgrades on the way out. That's nice scan. Just seeing what's up down over at that army. Again, a little peek to see what's going on. Just gonna see the 2-2 coming through, the Gridic drive on the way. Yeah, weapons is coming through as well. Oh, did we just miss that observer? That's a bit of a shame, because obviously it would have been nice to pick away some of the information gathering that Zaun is currently getting for himself kind of freely at this point, so it would be nice to grab that. Not gonna say it's never the end of the world, but yeah, information denial is decent, as we are going to see Zaun can't go up this ramp. There's just no way. There's just no way that this is ever going to be a reasonable kind of situation to kind of just be like, yeah, let's just stim on up here and see what the heck happens. Like, it just doesn't make any sense at all. So, yeah, definitely think we got to try and stay a little clear of that one. You see the Vikings. Ooh, gonna be able to shut down the prison. I'm trying to drop High Templars in aggressively, which they kind of did, but also, yeah, I mean, Prism goes down. I mean, that's just expensive. Now we can see these Colossus melting as well. Zaun is not having a great time in these fights. That's a much better Storm to help push Clem away. As Zaun is definitely out of position. The Storm helps a lot to kind of push Clem away from punishing that, so it's a bit of a positive at the very least. Army still gathering around, and the Storm coming in, going to dive for a couple High Templars. So we're going to make some moves here. In we go, Zealot Stalker. Going to try and actually now jump on the rest of this Bio Army. Zaun turning this fight into something that can work for him. So many Zealots got to keep kiting away. No, the Storm going to zone you backwards here as Clem once again. Keep on staying away from that one. 3 upgrades coming through, plus 2 ship weapons. Also in production, we got Bio, Liberator, Ghost. Producing as we speak. The Zealots are still showing up. A couple of these SCVs are getting jumped on. The Observer gets taken down by a missile turret, funnily enough, as Zaun pushes his way. And once you've broken up this ramp, obviously then it's the Terran's kind of job to kind of get rid of you. And there's a little bit of a scary position to kind of deal with. Just needs the Bio stepping up again. There's an Archon that'll go down. Storm's come blinking once more. Another couple of shots coming straight through, trying to land, trying to get something extra going. Another Liberator sets up. The Storm's going to fire that. Orbital Command is going to fall, so Clem loses it. He has a replacement nearby. Clem has a lot of bases in general, so I don't think this is terrible for him. Even the SCVs going down feels sort of okay. Resources lost is good for Clem, so you can see that the army of Zaun is transitioning into this kind of more Zealot Stalkery force while we blink in. That's a lot of Liberators, and the EMPs on the Stalker is going to help to knock down a bunch of those Stalkers quickly. Clem actually has libs behind that as well, so I actually don't think that this was super terrible. There's one more Storm available, but we will just drop it more as a zoning Storm. Are we kind of just going to back it off right now as Zaun? Are we done, or are we still looking to try and keep this going at the moment? Marine Marauder Lib, Ghost coming through, another couple scans coming down, the Prism loads up, we're going to settle around to the left side. Three Vikings on the way, 3 Liberators, so Still making our way into that big kind of air attack as the Terran player. Libs especially so good, and especially on this map, I already mentioned it's choked up. So easy for the Libs to really defend themselves and kind of defend the entire Terran setup. That Liberator should get this Prism before the warp in, so it's just going to be a couple of Zealots that dropped out. And again, able to fly through the double turret there, just able to get out of reach, but it meant that there was enough damage on for the Liberator to play cleanup. Zaun still poking forward. Again, Clem doing a good job of continuing to hold this back. You're not going to see a Disruptor from the high ground, but Clem was ready to start pulling away as well, so he's not going to let himself get blown up in an instant. Going through, Stalkers get rid of a Lib, and another Storm comes down right on the edge of that Terran army. Zaun's prepping for Clem to step forward, but Clem didn't step forward, and as such, it's not as crazy as it might have been. A couple of EMPs coming down, the Colossus in the background starting to fall, a couple of them very low. Vikings would love to go and finish them off, but not quite able to yet. Another scan coming in, the Observer gets taken out. Prism and a couple of Disruptors still building through for the moment. See the Vikings still want to make a go at that those couple of Colossus. Just going to send it. Clem's going to push forward aggressively here. Kind of sits in that storm. There's another High Templar still coming behind this as well. The Zealot Stalk count isn't good enough. I don't think it is, honestly, for Zaun. I don't think that's enough Zealots to just kind of sit there and fight on that army and then never really kind of move off of it. So you see this push continuing through. The 3 extra Liberators still on the way, plus 3 ship weapons is building through as well. Prism goes down, that's going to be a KO, and again, I feel like Zaun has bled out so many Prisms in these games. It's kind of crazy how many Prisms have just fallen throughout this, so well, it's been a little bit kind of wild to witness. Bio Ghost Lib still gathering up together. There's a Disruptor that gets taken out immediately as well. Now Orbital just lifts off and looks to relocate elsewhere. Just going to move over a little bit. We have so many bases from Clem. He got up to all of these command centers so quickly and so easily in these games. It really is a pretty big reason why we're seeing Clem able to sustain so well. Because he was the one to kind of take map control early, Zaun never really took the map control and threatened Clem and slowed him down from setting up into the later stages, right? So very interesting in that regard. Going to see a couple more units coming through, and we're not going to see Clem be much more aggressive pushing this back. Zaun's bank account is drained from what it used to be, by the way. There was a point where there was thousands of resources available. Now it's 10k resources lost, worse off. So Colossus goes down. That's obviously not going to help with that number. And Clem's starting to kill bases even around the edges too, so he's taking away some of the extra bases you're meant to be reliant on here as the Protoss. And Clem is the one that's starting to build up a bank. I think he's getting to the stage where this game is potentially out of reach as Zaun. At this point, the tools of the Terran really are a little bit too strong to not, take away from Clem and to knock him down. He's so well built up at this point. He's well supported from multiple bases. Army composition is amazing. And yeah, I think at this point, that Disruptor made me skip a heartbeat. At this point, I think it's very difficult for Zaun to really step back in this game. He's losing his tech units. The tech units go down. There's not this endless wave of High Templars and Storms like there was before. It's a lot more contained at this point. And I think we're really at a point of GG pretty much, and that is what Zaun agrees with as well. GG is called. And we are going to wrap this one up for Clem to take a 1-0 lead in the BO3 in his second round matchup of the day here in the Monday Cup on a Tuesday, because we love to confuse everybody watching. Alright, I'll run some ads, guys, because we may as well. Help support the stream, and that was a long game. Just in case they go into another one, we actually would need ads right now anyway, so just in case it's a long one, we'll do some preemptive adding. Very smart of us, I know, very smart. Alright, great comeback by Mlem. Dude played well, man. I mean, I don't know if it was really a comeback. He was kind of just fine, though. Like, he was in a good position, he got set up well, he was pressuring initially. I don't know if it was necessarily a comeback per se. Bracket is kind of moving along as I think we're expecting it to. Percival and Yakov are playing. herO and herO. Rogue will play Shameless, I think, is already going on, I think, just not updated on the bracket. Kira is taking on Showtime. Lambo against Harstem. Zaun versus Clem. Bjorn versus Nicorect. Classic versus Rex. Apparently Rex gets to walk over Geralt. So, yeah. Bracket looking fine. Round of 16 looking good. Lots of games to get through today, guys. as per usual in our weekly cup. Yeah, lots to get through. And we're going to keep on getting through it. Alright, thank you for some love, guys. One sec, I'm just setting something up. Forgive me for not paying attention. I like when you guys sub and cheer just when I'm looking away. Cheeky. Hey, Sub Solid, thank you so much for priming us up. 54 months. That's crazy. 4.5 years. Amazing. Thank you so much. And Andy on the 500 bits. Appreciate you as well, mate. Thank you so much for continuing to support. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Chair is awesome. Yeah, I love it. It's really cool. Yeah, I'm so glad I got it. Definitely money well spent. Not necessary, but very cool. Very cool. Alrighty, guys, we will kick off into game 2. Here on to Madness, see what our players have in store for us in this one, and get this underway nice and cozily. No problems early. Just getting started and seeing what is going to be coming up for us as the couple SCVs will go nibbling at a probe right there. And yeah, good solid start to this series from Clem. Just very solid, very strong to begin with. Hard to dislike that direction of things so far here as we continue through. Cool, cool, cool. Why does my PC keep doing this? I keep losing frames randomly in the start of the game, like I'm tabbed out, but I'm not actually tabbed out. I don't know what that is. I don't like it. It makes me feel uneasy. It's just start happening and then it fixes itself, but then if it happens again, I'm not going to be its friend, you know? What if it gets worse? Where did I get the chair? It's a secret lab chair. If you search secret lab, you can look up everything. I don't know if they have the Pokemon ones left anymore. I feel like they're sold out, or maybe they were on their way to selling out. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's just a secret lab chair, so I just bought it through secret lab. Simple as that. Bam. Warp gate. Blink. Go through. We have the Stalker. Gonna ping away at the orbital for a couple of moments here. We got this underway for the moment as we have the few Marines going to gather up. The SCV is going to be there. The Hellions still moving through. It's taking a little while to get this all set up and ready initially. Hellion gathers up. The warp gate will settle down. Gonna see the couple of Stalkers will join up. We're just gonna see the robot facility, the gates, the blink, continuing through for a couple of moments. And get that started here as the Adept will make a shade. And a couple of SCVs going through, Rex and the Engineering Bay coming up as well. Just gonna have ourselves the tank, the Marine, the Stim continue to come through, so we got a lot of that on the go. Just gonna be seeing the Hellion taking some damage, the Adept pulling back over there as well. Just gonna see the Auto Turret coming down for a couple of probes initially. Not a bad little pick off for some damage as we work our way forwards on this one. Raven just peels off over to the side again. A couple more stalkers building up. The observer on the way through. A couple of probes of the Nexus all coming online. We have this down going to be the player to apply some pressure early in this game. The stalkers ready to make a jump maybe into the main. Not quite going to go for anything yet. A couple of bunkers coming online. Marines loading into the bunkers. Yeah, the Marauder's setting up as well. Tank looking to zone out as best as possible here for the next few moments. Away we go. Charge going through, gates in the road bay coming up. The auto turret comes down. Charge, gates, road bay. Bit of everything building right now against Stim Combat and the +1 coming through from Clem as well. And you scan, again, concussive shells, combat shields, +1 attack upgrade coming through, that Raven coming around the left side. Just gonna see the probe getting in underneath. Raven is gonna go and the probes pull back. Auto turret drops through there. A couple of stalkers gonna get their shots off. The auto turret will fall and the Raven can actually get shot down, so Clem does not save that. He is pushing onto the map though. Quite a few tanks, quite a feisty army. Has a lot of power attached to it, I feel like, so we'll see if he can navigate that. As you see the bunker. One of them at home salvaging, obviously turning this into offense now. Doesn't need the defenses at home anymore. Can Clem get into a strong position here as he sets this up? Feels like yes, because the tank's going to siege very close to the third base already, so that feels pretty amazing. Counter attack with some zealots. Fairly well handled, right? A couple of rows in the tank doing their thing. Oh, the stalkers blink on these tanks very quickly. Going to lose a lot of those stalkers. Do we just have too much bio after that? It's going to rely on the zealot warp-ins here from Zhao to save him. I do not think he has enough, guys. The Immortal goes down as well. The probes are pulling in. We're going to target fire down stalkers. As the zealots show up, we can step against those, but the few zealots, there's just no damage output, to combine with them. And so this battery goes down. This third Nexus is very likely just going to be a target. He probably just could right-click the Nexus, but he's going to just go after all the probes. Clem in general just has too much, as we can see. Not much more explaining needed on this one, guys. GG's, and Clem is going to go up 2-0 to move on into the round of 8 today. So Clem through Zaun is going to give us some Terran representation in the quarterfinals. And we'll have a little look at the bracket maybe and see where everything else is at, because we actually don't even know what section of the bracket Clem's in. Clem is in the section bracket with Lambo or Harstom, who are currently playing. herO 2-0 created, by the way, so that's already done. So herO into the round of 8, Clem into the round of 8. Like I say, I'm pretty sure Shameless and Rogue are already playing. Yeah. I'm just going to give Shameless the score there, because I'm going to presume that was just a 2-0. Correct me later if not, but I want to just get that updated. And we can show you guys the bracket maybe for a couple of moments and have a look at maybe... Have a look or have a think at maybe what we want to try and get through here. So, drag this over... Bring this on the screen for a second and just, yeah, let's have a look at this together. So, Classic and Rex happen in the top portion of the bracket, guys. The winner of those will play Bjorn or Nicorrect. There's a bit of TVT going on there. Clem is already through. He will play against Lambo or Harstom. And then Cure versus Showtime. I think that's actually a really good one. Plays the winner of Shameless and Rogue. And then herO plays Percival or Yakov. It's actually a very cool set of round of 8 matchups. herO, Yakov, or herO Percival could be fun. Clem, Lambo, Harstom could be interesting. I really like this one. Cure, Showtime, or versus Shameless or Rogue, I think would be really cool. So that might be maybe what we aim for. Also kind of like Classic Beyond, maybe, if they both come through there. Or maybe even Nicorect Classic. I mean, obviously that's presuming Rex does not pull off the upset. So, yeah. I think Classic... I mean, I say Nicorect because obviously Nicorect popped off in the Winter Championship. Didn't beat Classic, but he did take a map off him. Sorry, no. He did beat Classic. He's the one that knocked Classic down to the lower bracket. Sorry, I'm getting my games mixed up. He then took a map off herO and then got knocked down himself, but yeah, very cool. Very, very, very cool. So yeah, that's our bracket today, guys, for WARDITV Mondays 77. And yes, you're not crazy. It is, in fact, Tuesday today. I was just not around yesterday, so we had to delay it by a day. Apologies if that messes up the timing of your week. But such is the way of things. Austin with a big win. Oh, Austin Lambo would be kind of cool. Austin be perceived to get there. Very cool. Alright, we'll just hang about for a couple of moments, guys. It's set to resume here. I'm not really sure what we're going to go into right now. It kind of maybe even just depends on what becomes available. Like, keep an eye on the chat channel and see who's ready to go. Because everyone's kind of well into their round of 16s at the moment. So they're into their round of 16s. So I kind of get the vibe that we're probably going to see. Yeah. The vibe will probably be seeing some stuff there. Like I say, guys, you do have a new sponsor on the channel as well. Call of Dragons, back for the first time in a couple of years. If you want an exclamation mark COD in the Twitch chat, I'll give you the link if you want to check it out. You can download for free. Simply installing the game actually does support the channel straight away. And if you want to play through it a little bit, it helps us even further. We'll be playing on stream maybe tomorrow. If not tomorrow, probably a bit later in the week or start of next week maybe. So we'll be playing on stream a bit as well. But just already, you know, if you want to start getting those numbers up, check it out. I know we've had a lot of different games lately, guys, where you can install and support, etc., 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 but it's just sponsorship season, apparently, so we're going to take as many of those as we can. They really go a long way towards supporting the channel and allow us to run more StarCraft 2 and fund the tournaments and everything, so, again, greatly appreciate you hearing us talk about it and maybe even getting involved as well. And don't forget, we also have that Patreon page. Gotta say the Patreon, because, again, these tournaments do not happen without your support. Patreon.com/WARDITV, where 100% of everything you pledge on the Patreon page goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools here on WARDITV. So do check out the Patreon. We continue to grow the Patreon. There is a replay pack coming as well, guys. It's coming soon. I apologize, it's not out already. I just haven't had the chance yet. But yeah, check out the Patreon. We're pushing back towards $2,000 a month on the Patreon. That's a major goal of ours, and we're going to try and sustain that. If we can sustain that, that would be truly incredible. So yeah, patreon.com/WARDITV. End of financial year budget clearing. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain, man. If they all want to clear their budgets out, they can clear their budgets out. I'm okay with it. I'm fine with that concept. It gets the WARDITV seal of approval, you know. Sure, go for it, go wild. Please do. What's up, Legendlord? Thank you so much for the 13-month resub. Thank you, Wardy, for providing us with never-ending StarCraft 2 content. Thank you so much for making it happen. It does not happen without your support. Again, every sub helps. Whether that's a Prime, whether that's a gifted, whether that's just a regular paid subscription. It's all appreciated. Did you know that not knowing which day of the week it is considered a sign of mental decline? I know what day of the week it is because I said WARDITV Mondays, but on a Tuesday. Maybe you're in mental decline for not listening to everything I say. Clearly you should be listening to every word I say and memorizing it and analyzing it to know exactly what I said at every point. Because surely it's mental decline if you're not paying 100% attention to the stream. A little bit brutal. Maybe not quite true. Yeah. We are gameless, guys, so I'm just going to pop some ads on. I know the ads probably feel a bit spammy today, but we just have some downtime here, so it's better to run ads and make money, because all you're going to miss is me yapping a bit, so better make some money. It helps pay for these tournaments, so yeah, appreciate you guys. Have me and Winter ever considered co-hosting, or like co-casting? No, I guess not, but it's kind of weird. Co-casting on stream and stuff is like, it's really funny. People always love co-casting, but co-casting usually brings viewership down because people actually just like the interaction with the stream and stuff, and the kind of people doing their own thing. I know it's kind of weird, but like, yeah, it's strange. It's a whole thing. It's more complicated than it seems, you know. Am I planning to buy or play StarCraft minifigurines game? No, not really. I know it exists and stuff, but like, I don't really know anything about it. I don't paint or anything. Like, I know I have a room full of StarCraft 2 stuff, but like, Yeah, probably not, to be honest. Probably not. Is the simple answer there. Which, yeah, probably a bit surprising. I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe, but like, I feel like it's one of those things I'm just gonna buy, and then it's just gonna be kind of dead weight, you know, or dead kind of space in my room, because I just don't think I'd actually ever build them or paint them, to be honest. So yeah, I don't know. Like, in theory, it'd be kind of cool, but I feel like it's like a lot more effort than just buying cool shit. This is it's just my usual vibe. It's tough out here, guys. What can I say? It's tough out here. It ain't easy just having cool shit, you know. You gotta buy it and put it in places. I'm really gonna, so next week I think I'm gonna start rearranging my room a bit. I'm not 100% certain what I'm gonna do, but I think it's time to refresh some of the background setup. I'm not sure how, like, I'm not sure what exactly we're gonna do. But I have like a lot of like, I think this little thing in the corner is very underused now. Because I have a lot of cool new things that could maybe fill some of that space more effectively. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna probably take it all down and then dust it all up and then rebuild it in like the exact same way it was. But like in theory, we might possibly go again, you know. Like, I'm not gonna get rid of anything. I'm just, I don't know. The background's been the same for a while, so I'm just thinking of mixing it up a bit. But yeah, I'm not sure. I ain't sure. Yeah, I don't know what we could do. I've got some ideas. Maybe we, if I move the Battlecruise and the Broodlord, that could be like maybe a really cool like little plushie area, because we have a lot of plushies now. But then the Battlecruise and the Broodlord are really freaking cool as well, so we need somewhere that they're really visible because they're freaking awesome. So I just don't know. And they don't fit in the single gaps because they're too big. Kind of like the carrier. The carrier has to be on top of something because it's just too big otherwise. Yeah, see, this is the issue. I just don't know what we really do. It's tough. Do be tough. Alright, I don't have any I need wall shelves. Where am I gonna put wall shelves? The entire wall is covered in shelves already. Time to hang them from the ceiling. Yeah, unfortunately I've got bad news about that. The ceiling's already occupied by Pokemon. Yeah, we have Pokemon on the ceiling. I already have some more Pokemon to put on the ceiling as well, so that's probably gonna start going around there. Yeah, there's Pokemon stuff here too. There's all Pokemon things, and if you don't want to look down there, but there's basically a Pokemon card store on the ground. But a bit confused. All the orange Pokemon, yeah, I have all the orange ones up here. I have all the blue ones up there, and I have some more color themed ones here and there as well. Am I going to get the SCT miniatures? Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Probably not, because I don't see myself painting or building them. Yeah, I'm living the dream. I am living the dream. It's kind of sick. Like, this is just my room, and I just, like, just got loads of shit in it, but, like, it's cool. It's all mine. Whenever I leave this house, and this is no longer my room, I'm gonna have to say goodbye to a lot of things because I just can't possibly have them all. Like, there's just no way we can keep everything. Oh, it's gonna be sad. Is Charmander stronger than Broodlord? I don't think so. Broodlord's basically a full evolution, and Charmander's just a baby, you know. It's probably not. Man, everyone's playing some banging round of 16s. I've not seen a single lobby link or kind of player come out of game either, guys, so I can't see anything that's going on. Oh, Bjorn has just won over Nicorakt 2-0, so Bjorn is through. Maybe we wait for Classic Rex to finish up then. The winner plays Bjorn. I'm actually kind of into that. I think that's maybe the most exciting round of 8 for me. Show some different players as well, you know. I should have the Pokemon fighting the carrier. There actually are a couple Pokemon beneath the carrier. There's a Swinub and a what's he called? A Shieldon? The Bastiodon pre-evolution. It is a Shieldon, right? Yeah, Shieldon. Yeah, there's a Swinub and a Shieldon underneath the carrier already. Because they kind of color match. The other problem I have is that I also started to get some old school RuneScape stuff, and this is really cool to me because like there was never RuneScape merch, or really. So now I have like a bunch of RuneScape plushies as well. It's a problem, guys. It's a problem. Yeah. I really need to not have any more interests. My newest problem is actually that I started playing Riftbound, which is the League of Legends card game. So I'm really vibing with this right now. I'm going to have to stay the hell away from any kind of merchandise, because the last thing I need to do is to start getting into like freaking League of Legends merch, because I'm sure that's not going to be something which goes lightly. So yeah, I'm just going to have to really just stick to the cards on that one, because yeah, it's going to be bad if I it's going to be real bad if I try and get into something else that I can collect stuff for. Charizard's better than a Broodlord because it can fly. Do you not understand the concept of what a Broodlord is? Question mark. What's a Charmander? Do I really have to do a freaking show and tell on a Charmander? I have like a bunch, but they're around the corner, so unfortunately I'm not going to actually show you guys. Condense all the Pokemons by vacuum sealing them. I mean, but then we can't put them out in cool places, no? Yeah, I tell you what we could do, guys. We could actually maybe jump on Rex's stream and watch him versus Classic from his point of view, maybe. And that would give us possibly something to watch while we wait for the winner of this against Beyond to be ready. We don't necessarily have to go into that either. It's just an idea. Let's give it a minute or two. Let's see where these guys are at. Let's have a peek. So this is Rex Classic. I don't know. I guess they're probably in game 2, if I had to guess. Rex maxed out. Rex has been kind of getting a bit better again lately. Classic is obviously very good, and Classic is running in to Rex's side of the map right now. He just burrowed the roaches on the storm. I don't think that's gonna save them. Is it? Oh, pops up, goes to kill the High Templar. Oh my god. That was low-key surprisingly decent. that was like probably not, but like it was kind of funny that it did something. Can we get Lambo Hearthstone? They started playing ages ago, mate, already. The low res pro gamer POV. I know, it's wild, isn't it? People still using this. I mean, it makes sense. Just yeah. It makes you appreciate how pretty of a game StarCraft 2 is when you don't just put everything on insta-low settings. I think Rex is dead, guys. Because this does not really look like the kind of situation you pull yourself out of. The only extra space you see is if I get rid of the cool carrier poster for a tall unit, but my sub's cool. Yeah, the back wall behind me is obviously just kind of posted up, but maybe I could I don't have enough cool stuff to necessarily fill the walls there though if I took those down. And it's also very difficult because the problem is I actually do have stuff behind me as well. I can't show you guys the camera of it properly because I have some bank statements and stuff out right now, but like I have stuff like that's lower down behind me, so if I move out the way, you can see it. So it's like, it's not even like that space is, it's just the wall space there anyway. It's like, I already have shelf space below it. So, yeah, what a problem. I look very different today. Yeah, this is my, this is me when I'm feeling like playing Zerg. I take on a different form. I don't know what Classic Supply is actually at. I'm genuinely kind of curious. Genuinely kind of curious. Oh, nice stasis catches a few roaches. Split a couple away. Archon just going to settle in there for a couple moments as well. Just going to hang about with that. Waiting to see where we're going to take things. We're just going to move up. A couple corrosive valves coming through. Just going to see a couple oracles peeling off to the side. Roaches as well on the run for a moment. It's I just don't think Rex's army is good enough against Storm and Immortals. Yeah, he's going to GG out. I wonder what the score is there then. Probably done now. I guess we'll look on the bracket. See if we can update. Oh, Yakov beat Percival, by the way, 2-1. So Yakov goes into the round of 8 against herO. Very cool. Yeah, classic 2-0 Rex. So classic Bjorn coming up. We'll jump into that in a couple moments and get that ready to begin for you guys. So yeah, classic Bjorn will come up. Like I say, I thought that was going to be one of the cooler round of 8s to come around on the day. And that's what we're going to get into, guys. So that will be coming in soon. Cool. All right, we'll get in Classic versus Beyond in just a little bit, guys. Awesome. What does Zerg expect playing Roaches versus Toss? I mean, Roaches are not bad against Protoss at the right phase of the game. It's not like he chose to play Roaches into the super late game. It was like, yeah, my plan is to play late game Roaches. He clearly played like Burrow, Tunneling Claw Roaches for like timing attack windows and stuff, and it went wrong, and so then you're just stuck on Roaches, then you die. But, so yeah, like, it's not terrible, you know, like they have a role in the matchup. It's not like he was just like, I'm going to play Roaches forever. They have a role in the matchup, they can be scary, but yeah, obviously sometimes the situation gets away. As we get into Winter Madness, kick this off. In a moment or two. Get ready to go into this one. Alright, I'm gonna click into Classic vs. Beyond here in a second, guys. Countdown coming on. As these guys just having fun with each other in the lobby, which is what I'm giggling at. So yeah, that'll be cool. That's what I'm laughing at. And yeah, what's up, Big Daddy Hesse2? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you for priming us up. That sub count, guys. It's been at like 530 for like 3 weeks, even though we just did like the massive WARDITV Winter Championship. So if you enjoy the stream, consider subbing up. We want to try and get back to 700. 700 is where we love to be. It keeps us very stable. It's a great baseline from the subscriptions to kind of help fund the tournaments every month. So if you've got a sub in you, you've got a Prime available, get it used. Let's see some love on that sub count. It's kind of wild because we maintained really good subs through January, and then we just dropped off, and then it just did not pop back, which is fine. It happens, but I will try and sell out on it. I will attempt to make that number rise. That is my job. That is my duty. As we have a PVT here, I actually think it's a very cool PVT. In the top left, Classic, and in the bottom right, Beyond. A PVT, well, actually, I think is very winnable for. I think it's very winnable for Beyond. Classic's been a bit shaky lately. I do think Classic's got some of the absolute best PVT out there. I do think he's been a bit shaky at times. And I do think Bjorn has the ability to kind of play some aggressive things and to kind of get us into some aggressive positions as well. So let's see what happens. Obviously, thanks for the patience between games as well, guys. I appreciate it. It took us a while to get into this classic Beyond matchup. We were just waiting for other games to finish, and nothing else really came around. Everyone was just kind of deep in their round of 16s, and we were just kind of stuck for a little bit. So yeah, I appreciate you listening to me yap on. One of the more interesting kind of downtime yaps we had, though. You know, sometimes we just sit down and we're like, oh, nothing to say today, guys. But today, this time, we actually talked about things. So that was cool. That was cool. What's up, SBASI2? Thank you so much for the 24-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for 2 years. That's amazing. Hell yeah. GG. Being thrown down by the Proby. Wow. These little spray tags are starting to get used by more and more players, man. People are catching on. It only took a bunch of years, but people are starting to get a bit more into it. Well, Classic and Beyond have a bit of natter on. I would translate for you guys, but I actually think it's better if you guys live in suspense as to what they're saying. Nothing to do with my Korean translation abilities, purely because I think the suspense is better. It's kind of like when everyone argued that not knowing the supplies of the players makes for a better viewing experience because it's more exciting. It's the same here. If you actually know what the players are saying to each other, it just takes away from that excitement because you actually know instead of knowing what could maybe be in playing the guesswork, you know? Man, so long we had that crazy and so long we had some of that crazy takes where I was like, StarCraft would be way better if you couldn't see the supply of the players. Crazy. We're just gonna be seeing our couple Marauders out, and something Beyond likes to do is these kind of Maraudery openings, so I'm gonna look to try and utilize these here, try and maybe get something done in the next couple of moments. Blinking the Warp Gate all coming up, try to see what's going on. This was an actual discussion. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like back in the first 2 to 3 years of SC2, this was a massive discussion. There were some hardcore, like, you could not possibly convince them otherwise people. And not just, like, random Redditors, like actual pros and casters who stepped up and said that the game would be better if there was no supply visible. The viewing experience is better with less information. It's kind of funny now because I feel like everything in the world has been produced and processed at this point to, like, be viewable with like more and more information available, right? Like we're in the day and age of analytics and info. Like you watch sports and you see the percentages of this and that or whatever, and the record counting and all. Like everything is about stats and statistics because they are storylines, right? And obviously that's a bit different in this scenario as well. But like everything as we move through the years has been about more information is better. But there were some people early in StarCraft who were like, they are absolutely adamant that it would be bad. This was before I was even a caster, before I was even like anywhere near being established. So I remember watching these point of views as like a viewer thinking, oh, this is really dumb. What are they on about? Yeah. Because I think it was a Brood War thing, right? Which I think is where the opinion came from. Because in Brood War, I think originally, I don't think it's true anymore, but I think originally you couldn't see the supply in Brood War. So I think it came from that. Classic is here. He has got himself 3 gates of Stalker Warpins available, and we are going to see the tank firing as Björn does not have a bunker, but this is honestly such a good defensive position. Multiple Marauders, 2 tanks absolutely shredded a bunch of these Stalkers. You can see only 4 Stalkers going to live through this, and that's out of push. Very nearly we lost another one. Prism shows up way too late to add anything to this. We warp in a few more Stalkers, but this is just a complete and total shutdown. Defense made by Björn in these early stages. So Björn is able to hold on, and like I say, hold on extremely comfortably early. Just very, very easy. And puts himself in a great position, knocking down so many Stalkers. Stalkers in cheap to replace. So, yeah. They're in cheap to replace, and you kind of see that aspect of it now where Björn's supply is going to start looking really, really good here over the next few moments. So expecting that to be kind of a continued factor. I'm just going to see a little bit of bio jumping onto the Stalkers there. A bit more being done once more. finding themselves, these Stalkers, a chance to go and poke away at the depot, so the depot will take a bit of damage as well. And just work our way through that. The Prism overhead, going to take a couple of Marine nibbles. Nothing too major. Beyond's going to start moving on the map. If we can defend with these few units over here, and you're out on the map with the rest of your army, Classic might be in some trouble. Like, Storm is on the way, not ready yet. Charge isn't even ready yet. There are 2 High Templar that obviously can't Storm. Dang, he just lost 2 more Stalkers over here. This game is going completely wrong for Classic. Beyond is about to show up. I think Beyond just has to commit. Like, I don't think there's much else to say here. What a siege. What a position to siege in. Oh my god, Classic just going to pull the probes. He's just going to send it, as we are going to see the Zelds, the Stalker, Zelds, the probes, and the Archon moving forward. The Archon gets absolutely deleted, by the way. Yeah, these Zelds ain't going to do much. That's going to be a GG, as we are dropping all the frames. That's going to be Beyond taking game 1. Oh yeah, sorry, that's my Korean server not being my friend. It's been a while since we had Korean server issues, but the last couple of times I've been on it, it has not liked me at all. So hopefully that just resolves itself going into a second game here. That was obviously not seen by the players, otherwise they would have paused. But that's what the frame rate was. It's just Korean server not being my buddy, sadly. Cool. Hey, what's up, Ice Bear North? Thank you so much for the 1-year resub. First year, here's to many more. Hell yeah, I love to hear it. I always excited that you guys want to support for more than just the year that you just did. You want to keep it going? I'll keep it going too, guys. I'll keep on casting. How about that? Alright. Classic needs to kind of figure out what's going on, man. He's not looked like the Classic we love lately. It's the kind of reality of the situation, I guess. Yeah, he's not looked like the Classic we he's just not looked like the best version of Classic as of late, I think, is really just the summary on that. So he's having some rough games, and this was honestly just a bad blink from Classic as well. Like, he blinked into what was just an extremely effective defensive setup from Bjorn, and the game just wrote itself from there. Bjorn obviously very aggressive, no starport, just tanks and bio going across the map. But it's kind of on Classic to figure out that that's the situation in the first place, and that you shouldn't be attacking. You should be harassing instead of being as committed as you were, and then going from there. So Classic in a bit of trouble here, maybe. As we jump into game number 2, we have ourselves Classic in the bottom right, Beyond in the upper left. My lag is already here. Hopefully it holds off from the players at least, so if nothing else, we can still watch the game, even if it's a bit less than ideal. Hopefully we can still kind of fight through for a little bit, guys. So fingers crossed we can kind of make that work and just go from there and see what comes about. And we have ourselves in the second game starting over. Rax and the gas coming through the gate, and the assimilate coming up as well. So a lot of that coming through initially. Hey Wardy, if the stable number of subs you need is around 700, what's the minimum number just to keep things going? It's not really an easy question to answer, because subs are, in the grand scheme of things, subs are a smaller part of what we do. There's a reason I run so many ads. It is the plain simplicity of it, right? Ads are kind of our biggest money maker on Twitch. So there's not really like an answer. Like, it depends, because it depends if sub count goes down but the viewership stays stable. We'd probably be fine. It just would suck, because then it's going to be a bit less. It's going to be less to work with each month. The good thing about subs is that they're a consistent kind of point of income. So it's like every month I know we're going to have this much money, which at the very least knows that, I can pay the bills. Like, okay, I guess think of it like this. Say, for example, I get like $3 a sub, let's say. I want 500 subs right now. Say I have no other income for the month and I just stream, but I have 500 subs. I could live... I could somewhat get by just about. Wouldn't be great, but we could get by with $1,500, Like, we could make it work, but, like, it'd be a bit rough. So, like, there's not really, like, a minimum when it comes to subs alone. The reason I say 700 is because 700 keeps us in this very cool area where what we usually do is we usually take $1 from every sub and put it into tournament prize money. So what 700 does is $700 is kind of the baseline for, like, it's like a good baseline where, like, $700 plus ad revenue was kind of beforehand a really good place where it could be like, cool, that really covers, like, if we wanted to do like a $1,000 to $1,000 event or so, that's a really cool thing that we always have in our back pocket. nowadays the Patreon is a lot better, which we're putting a lot more into kind of the bigger events and stuff. So there's not really a great answer, honestly. As the revenue streams have been successful in multiple different ways, it's not as clear cut as it used to be. Like, it used to be subs were one of the only things we made money off of, right? Which was why we made such a big thing about $1 of every sub goes into prize money. And while that's still true, it's not as big of a deal as what it used to be, right? You know, we run $1,600 of Monday Cups a month. We run kind of like probably, on average this year, we will put out over $5,000 every month in the prize money. So when you consider 500 to 1,000 subs, that's maybe not a massive amount in the grand scheme of things there. So, yeah. That's, I guess that's kind of the answer, is that, like, I say 700 because I think the reason as well that I say 700 is I actually think it's a very reasonable goal, where it's like we don't naturally sit at 700. So, like, it's a really good number to push people toward, because it's like, it's achievable, but we don't naturally get there, you know? So it's like, it's just a really good number to kind of be like, hey guys, let's try stay at 700, because it means we're getting a good amount of people to kind of be like, oh yeah, let's actually get in and support this month, on top of like the regulars who are permanently subbed and so on, I guess. Is maybe that's a better way of explaining why I say 700. Like I said, it feels very stable, because it means we're getting a good amount of people every month who aren't just like the plain old, like, we are here every single month no matter what. And that, I think, is very healthy for the channel. Because there's a lot of people who will sub 1 month and then not sub for a couple months, but they'll come back in a couple months and then sub again, and they might still watch during that time. So if we're able to kind of convert people into subscribing on a regular basis, that 700 is our average-ish. Like I said, I think that's very healthy for the channel in the grand scheme of things, basically. Gonna see the plus one, that combat shield coming through. Charge the probes coming about. Just gonna see the robe bay coming in as well. Just gonna be having the extra probes coming around. Now back to the game. Yeah, you know, the easiest way to get me off topic is to start talking about like admin-y kind of stuff. I always find this very interesting to talk about, because I guess I do a lot of it and I like talking, and I don't get to talk about this that I spend a lot of time doing and thinking on, so yeah. Hey, what's up, Electro Birdie? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I think the Bio going to fight against a couple of those Stalkers. And that's going to be a defense here from Beyond at the moment, and Classic not going to find too much in those early stages. Just going to see the, again, concussor shells and the armor upgrade coming up for a couple moments to bring that through. Trying to see where we're going to take things here. Little scan coming about. Bio will step forward. Those Stalkers going to pull back a little bit as well. You see a couple of sentries going to get grabbed. Untapped, taken out as well. Ooh, this is a nice push from Bjorn. Classic's in trouble. No charge just finished. We might need some Zealots right here to help out. But before they come in, the Immortal's going to go down. Now the Zealots are getting jumped on as well. It's actually just brutal through and through. That is, yeah, that is... I don't really have much to add to that one. Classic just died, man. Beyond on a roll today. Yeah. Classic just not with the numbers he needs at these points. And look at the resource load. You can just see Bjorn's kind of just overwhelming him with these early shoves. Very impressive from Bjorn. Very powerful. And like I said, just showing up in a big way there, as you all going to see. The Bio still pushing through. A couple more units pushing by. And this is going to be the Colossus out. A couple of Widow Mines are there to try and zone the Zealots out. And that means the third base will go down, because we can't really justify walking into the Widow Mines while we are going to here. Now Bjorn tries to drop on top of the Colossus, because he already lifted those Marines up away from the mine shot. Kind of a weird situation through and through is Classic. As I'm going to say something that Bjorn laughs at least. GG. And that is going to be Bjorn 2-0. Straight into the semi-finals today. How about that from Bjorn? Some power play. Wow, Harston beat Lambo. So Clem Harston. Winner would play Bjorn in the semis. Rogue beat Shameless as well. Kieran Showtime still playing, so they're playing a banger. Can we catch Clem Harston and maybe just set ourselves up to follow into that semi-final. They might have already started, honestly. Let me try and get to Europe and see. Oh, 2 minutes ago. We could wait for QS Showtime to come out a game and the winner plays Rogue, and then maybe we do both semis after that still. Kind of neat. Yo, what's up? Thank you so much. 10 gifted subs coming in from Kazatol. Kazatol. Oh, I hate it when I don't know how to say people's names. Going out to Yukiki Ovo, Seren Soriel. That one, Roosterbeak, Lord 64, Maref 74, Verz Zing, Zadoom X, Syntex, Clangaroo, and Lowell the Snorlax. Thank you so much, Kazatol, for the generosity of 10 gifted subs. I super appreciate you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hell yeah. Kira is 90 minutes in game. Where is anyone casting it? I know Coca is on the yeah, I know Coca is on the Clem game. I don't see a QS Showtime stream from anybody right now. Just nice to know where they're at, maybe. They've been playing for a while. Yeah, what's up, Fly Ike? And thank you so much for the 35-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. But yeah, hopefully, sorry, I know I went a bit off topic in the last game, guys, but like I say, I think these things are interesting. I think they're worth talking about. Yeah, I think they're worth talking about. I think casting into my late 40s is a thing for me. You're basically asking if casting for, like... You're basically asking if, like, if I did my entire StarCraft 2 career again, would that be viable? I have no idea, man. Like, probably not. Like, are you guys still gonna watch StarCraft 2 in 15? If you guys still watch StarCraft 2 in 15 years, then yeah, sure. I have no idea where StarCraft 2 is gonna be in 15 years. Because where we're entering now is kind of the area where, like, StarCraft 2 is at that point where it's like, we always used to be like, well, people still watch Brood War, right? And now it's like, we're getting to that point where it's like, we were saying that about Brood War like 10 years ago, and so now it's like, well, people still watch StarCraft 2, right? So, why not? Well, you know, if they watch Brood War, why wouldn't they still watch StarCraft 2 in 10 years? I don't know. It's very difficult to say. These things obviously just... Like, my interest in life is to cast StarCraft 2 forever, so... if that's possible, we'll just cast StarCraft 2 forever. Like, if you guys keep on subscribing and supporting and watching, then yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I like some other games and stuff, but, like, I don't know. I don't really like the idea of working on other games. So, I'm not looking to switch. If it was viable, would I continue to do it for another 15 years? Yeah, I think so. And I really love what I do. It's fun. It's awesome. Let's see. What's up, Vixer11? Thank you for the 1 year on the Prime, by the way. It's like the only thing that's kind of sad nowadays is like what was really cool for a lot of the StarCraft 2 is obviously being able to travel, and that used to really break up very nicely the, you know, I would travel to like an event, right? And for me, like, it's really weird, but say you stream for a month, right? Like right now, if I just stream for a month, that can be very draining. But if I stream for 2 weeks, went to an event for a week, and then streamed another week, right, to make up the month, that's actually a full month's work, but it got split up so much more nicely that it refreshed you when it came to streaming. And while it's really nice not traveling so you can focus more on the stream, I do feel like there's a little bit more stream burnout than there used to be, because going to the events used to really be like a revitalization, take some time off solo casting, you know, take some time off adminning and scheduling and so on and so forth, right? Like, all of these things were pretty big deals. It really helped, so yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. A very interesting one. Showtime and Cure still in game, so just reading something. I'm going to try and fix a second or two, guys. Give me a moment to figure that out. Cool. Showtime just came out of game, so Showtime and Q just popped out of game. Do we have a result there? Oh my god, they're hosting another lobby. They're not done! Oh my goodness, I love it. Alright, let's have a look. I'll drop a lobby link in case anyone else thinks they're jumping in on this one. Cool. It's 1-1 between Showtime and Cure. They just played a long game. They just played a really long game, so this is going to be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, let's get into this. No one else will join us. White Rabbit for Showtime Cure Game 3. I guess we're probably going to just do this and then probably go into the semifinals and let the winner of this versus Rogue play. Unless you guys... Maybe we could make it work otherwise. We'll figure it out. We'll see. Alright, let's jump in. Oh my god, did I just yap so long that we didn't run ads? I'm so stupid. Alright, hopefully... If they play another 90-minute game, we might be in some trouble, but let's hope that they don't. For the sake of the ads not destroying our game. Because I didn't run them because I was yapping on and talking. And I didn't really think about the fact that we might actually be going in-game. Alright, so it's Game 3 here between Cure and Showtime, round of 16. They are playing their butts off. Winner of this plays Rogue in the round of 8, and they would have herO in the round of 4. The bracket is already set in that regard. No Chrono Boost coming through. Let me get set up. I'm in charge of the camera here, guys. You're going to have to bear with me. My brain's not set up for observing yet today, so I'm going to have to turn it on a little bit. So yeah, probably is going to come for a little scout around, see what's going on here initially, just get some information gathering and so on, and try and obviously be a bit annoying. Cure and Showtime, I probably are... Like, if I had to put two people against each other, and they had to put... So, like, if you told me to pair two people up so that they would play a long game, Cure and Showtime would be up there with some of the guys I would pick. I think there's a danger that these guys ended early, but I think that's kind of up there. That's actually a really interesting question. I wonder what the pros would say. If you had to put two players against each other who would play the longest possible game, who would you put? It's actually a really fun question. They should use that for downtime content on a tournament sometime. That'd be a great question. Spirit Geralt. I think Spirit Geralt kill each other too much to be reliable, though. Two turtles. Alright, it's Sterile Maru. Yeah, Sterile Maru actually typically goes quite long. Reino Maru also very usually goes long as well. Spirit DNS Blackburn. Yeah, Spirit DNS is a good option. I think it would be European based, honestly. The Europeans have a tendency to play longer games, to be honest. Showtime Classic. Don't think PvP is going to do it. Sterile Classic. Yeah, that's a very good one too. The problem is in ZVP you have so many of these builds where like the Pro, so the Zerg just dies before we get going into the late game, so you've got to kind of find balance in your answer, right? Like, yeah, they can play really long games, but are they definitely going to play the long game, right? Maru Showtime. I think Showtime is a really good bet. I think Showtime doesn't let game, like, he's so good defensively, he doesn't let the game end too soon, too quickly, and his preference is to kind of play into the later game as well, so I think just in general, that's maybe a reasonable idea. Spirit herO. Well, yeah, Spirit herO, because herO doesn't all-in Spirit, and then Spirit just camps. Hellion gonna get through here from Cure. Good defense. Oh, I was gonna say, I'm not sure if I love the force field, actually. I feel like the force field could have maybe done better at maybe blocking a few of these things out. Let's just see the couple Stalkers and the Sentry gonna move through. Continue to come through here for a little bit, a few probes. Taking some shots. We are gonna see 3 workers killed for the moment. And blinking a couple of gateways continuing through. We get that all set up for a couple of moments here. And away we go. A couple of gateways coming down. Figuring out where we take this as the gates come online. Again, that blink, the robo facility all coming through. And we are just gonna have a hallucination from Showtime. So early game, bit of pressure does a little bit from Cure. Nothing too crazy though. Looking reasonable for the moment. Hallucination goes to the upper right hand side. Marines, the tank, and the sim all building through. Marines just got the hallucination for a couple seconds, put some damage onto that. It's going to be seen again. Stim, the Marines, and the tank continue to come online as well. The next is coming up. That blink's still coming over. Transferred down with a few Marines to the low ground here. And that Dark Shrine from Showtime. So mixing it up a little bit. Instead of kind of rushing towards some splash damage, actually going to go more of a harassment-based route early on in this game number 3. So kind of an interesting setup in that regard as DCR Stalkers moving to the top right side. A few of them to poke maybe, but like I say, mostly getting towards that Dark Shrine. A single Marine's going to walk into this natural. Sentry should be able to beam him down. I'm not going to see much in the natural. Checks the back. It's the kind of scout outside. Well, maybe he hit something back here, but yep, the hidden tech is actually up in the main base, so no find just yet. Let's see Simpack, Combat Shield, all building the Prism on the way. Stalker and the Dark Shrine coming through. Add a Nexus on into play as well. Although that just coming by for now. There's a few Stalkers gather up. Gonna shoot at a couple of those Marines. The Marauders as well, ready to try and fight back. Marauder does get popped. I'm just gonna chase those Stalkers again back toward the middle of the map for now. Dark Shrine about to complete here. Again, the extra gate and the probes coming up. On the right side, just going to see that gateway settling down, and a couple of tanks will in siege, and they're also going to do their thing to kind of move down the right here for a couple of moments. So get this back on track. I was going to say, is Cure going to go up there and spot that gateway? It would have been ideal. Stalkers around the sides are going to kind of bypass for the moment as well. Going to dart in and try and do some damage as Cure. He's going to have a straight stim at this third base, so this is about to get messy. DTs in the main base are going to distract Cure in a big way, but he's going to probably just kill the third. Don't think Showtime can defend that. Showtime is going to cancel the third base of Cure, but like he's in much more of a need to kind of kill, I would say, as the DTs are doing work, to be fair. A lot of SCVs going down. I mean, Showtime is just going to base trade. He's already going to build a Nexus over here. Very smart, because I just don't see this game going anywhere that is not kind of an expand. Oh, Showtime loses the Prism. That's a shame, just because micro potential in this late stage could be massive. We're just going to base trade, but base trading against someone that's going to be on no orbitals is actually going to be very good for Showtime as well. So there's definitely a major element there that's going to be very positive for him. It's actually going to get very fun. The team in the main base gets picked off as well. Just going to take that down already. So we knock that away right from the start. Bio into the main. Just going to keep going through. The pylon's in some trouble. They're again taken out. Another DT showing up. I'm surprised we're not focusing on the orbital commando over here, because I really feel like we need to stop these DTs from being scannable. I guess maybe he's not in a rush because he knew he didn't have energy just yet, but oh, what an interesting state of this game. We're going to kill this orbital. Showtime did save probes, by the way. They're not currently... I mean, he still has 2 bases up as well. 19 army supply Cure to 23 of Showtime. I actually think Showtime is... Oh, that's smart. Tech Lab. So we're going to try and get a Cloak Banshee out. There is an Observer, though. So there's one Observer available. Cure has no detection, so he'll never be able to kill the Observer. That's pretty much the one thing you can do, because he knows Showtime still has bases. So you've got to try and play around the idea that if he's got bases, at the very least, he's going to be able to make something work there. So, yeah, build up what you can. Oh, he's going to build a Raven. Oh, that's even smarter. That's actually big brain compared to what I was just thinking. Well, Showtime's actually going to see these units over here. He's probably just going to send this. Oh, the DT goes and cleans out the tank. We should actually clean out the tank first, though. He needs to figure out what he wants to do here, realistically, because, yeah, that Starboy is building the Raven. I guess the Raven doesn't matter if everything else is dead. And that's kind of going to be the situation, right? A couple Stalkers are going to chase down those Marines. GG says Kua. Showtime advances to play Rogue in the round of 8. Knocking Kua down in today's round of 16. Last week's runner-up. The man who just can't quite win one of these events but keeps making the finals is Kua. And today he will just be stopped in the round of 16. Alright, we go Showtime Rogue, guys. And go Showtime versus Rogue. So we'll get that ready to go. Showtime might need a couple moments, but yeah, we'll go Showtime Rogue because it's ready to go and we'll have that ready to kick off. Perfect. Alright, cool game. Showtime Rogue coming up for a new series, and we'll get into that in a second, guys. I'm just going to run some ads. I'll be right back with you all in just a few. I'll run some ads. I'm going to go to a break screen so I can eat my lunch, and I'll see you guys in just a few for Showtime vs. Rogue. Showtime Rogue in this next best of 3, guys. I still got a couple bites of my lunch to finish, but we'll enter the players and just kind of follow them for a little bit. Chat a little bit if anything interesting happens early. Showtime bottom left. Oh, Rogue upper right. So that's still for the first map. I'm intrigued as to what kind of a game we see here. So get this one up and ready to go. I don't really think Rogue wants to see the late game. But can you break through that oftentimes effective defense that Showtime brings to the table? It's a good question. It's a fun question. You get set up and ready to party. Alright, everyone, following me is no good. I'm eating. On the Rion cam for a moment or two. I'm finishing my lunch, guys. You can't steal my observing. Don't mind observing if everyone else is AFK, but like, this is the one moment I can't. Next is a cyber call coming through, so we can get set up with that for a little bit. And yeah, Rogue has to take his hatchery off location a little bit. Probably not be taking the in base anytime soon then. Develop through these next couple of moments and see how we take things for the next couple of seconds. Hatch comes down. A couple of things, and the link speed still building by, so a lot of setting up still to be done here. Just the adept gonna grapple so for a couple moments too. Gonna shade itself off up to the top side. Another adept coming through as well. Starting to grab a couple of those lings. And getting some damage being dealt in the early stages, and we'll see that adept continue to move across for the next couple moments here. We'll chase after those lings. I'm gonna get one adept. With my lunch finished, we can full send the cast from here on out. As the Oracle gets a couple of drones across the map, already Showtime starting poking around for some of that early aggression. I will say lately, I do feel like Rogue has been a lot better against the early aggression of Protoss players. I feel like he's been so much better defending against the Adepts and the Oracles, putting himself into some better positions overall. And I actually really feel like he's been very solid in the grand scheme of things in that regard. More so than he had been previously. Like, to me, he was one of these players that really struggled early game, but it seems to be kind of clicking a little bit more from early game lately. Depths will just shade out onto the map, and the melee upgrade building from Rogue. Lings and the Queen coming up. For all accounts on the Forge coming in. Next is already coming down. The Stalker going to get surrounded by 4 Lings. It's actually kind of wild. rogue gets in, kills that Stalker. This is so effective. It's actually kind of incredible how effective that is. That's so good for you. That's kind of wild, as we do see the Twilight and the Forge still building up. The melee upgrade, the drones continue by as well. The Adept will walk in over there. The Ling's taking a grab on it, and that Adept will go down already. Melee upgrade still producing through. The Ling's getting after those probes, and the Adepts will be there to push the Ling's back where possible. So again, trying to turn this away. Trying to shut this down best that we can. Link and the +1 continue to come online for the moment, and these Oracles still gathering. The Queen's going to be there to turn the Oracles around pretty much immediately. It's just going to shut that down right off the bat. Nicely done. Link and the +1 comes over already. Just going to see the Ling's actually getting the catch on the Adepts again. So a couple of these Adepts getting caught. Showtime continuously kind of out on the map with some of these units, and he's going to trade okay up against the wall. He will obviously shade away in a second too. The Oracles. Oh, he's not going to shade away because the Oracles arrive, so he'd rather keep the Adepts here and try and take as much value as possible with that. But it kind of felt like we came to a closing moment on that one. And so we do shut it down, and now on we go. Temple Archives, the gates, the Blink and the +1 all building. Now melee upgrade continue to come online as well, so bring that straight through already. Get that set up. A couple of those Lings is going to nibble through the rocks and take some damage on that, so find a little bit extra. And Blink and +1 all coming by. The Adept's going to come moving through. The Ling's going to nibble at the rocks again. Again, +1 and Blink all building up. Get that into place. The Storm is already coming by as well, so getting that Storm up and running. The Ling's surrounding these Adepts, and the Adepts go down once more. Just going to have the Phoenix going to be producing, as the Adepts will just send it. I mean, to be fair, if you're not going to upgrade the Adepts, they're kind of going to be dead weight from here, so you may as well get some value out of them while you can. That's definitely the idea at the moment, so we'll continue with that for now. Again, Storm +2, Charge all coming up. Phoenix on the way as well. And we do have the Ling's going to take a run at this bottom side of the map, so moving on over there. Ling's do get a catch. Archon taking quite a bit of damage. The Stalker's going to come over. Oracles will just activate a bunch of those Lings, going to take damage right off the bat there as well, so you see a bunch of them taking damage. Again, Temple Archives coming up, Charge on the +2 attack upgrade coming by. A couple extra Zealots on the way in also, just currently. Again, +1 fire attack and the +2 melee upgrade continue to build into place at the moment, so upgrades coming by from rogue. His supply is not great, and the fact that we're already prepping with the Phoenix against the Mutas does not really fill me with confidence for rogue either. He's also, okay, just drops the 9 meters. Going to see he's banking the gas right now, maybe deciding if he's going to send it, but he is, which I don't disagree with. You've already built in toward these meters. It would feel kind of silly to kind of strip yourself away from them now. Things are going to run at the bottom right side, the cannon and the battery. Holding their own for a couple moments. The few extra Zealots warping in, and the units will chase away from there. Again, Robotics Facility, Fleet Beacon, all coming up. We have the cannon on into the mix as well. Continue to get that going. +2 attack is not far from finishing, and we're adding an air weapon upgrade into that too. The Oracle gets taken down. And he's trying to run at the front. That Stalker taking damage right off the bat. We just see the Phoenix going after the Overlord as well. And again, the melee upgrades continuing to rain on in. Failing speed coming up. We'll start getting the Fleet Beacon building too. Stalker's getting underneath the meters, take some damage. The Phoenix can jump on those meters as well. A couple of meters are going to get picked away at. Meters continue to rain on in. Just going to be seeing them trying to get involved. Obviously, it's difficult with the Phoenix. Showtime still has a pretty solid 20 supply lead at the moment, so it's in a pretty seriously okay position right now. And as the Ling meter is going to run itself forward and just take position to try and see what's going on here. So a little attempt to see what's up. just for 1 moment or two. So Ling meter coming back around. I say the Phoenix are just going to make it so difficult for the meters to be involved, and the Lings aren't going to be that effective. Showtime maxes out. He might just be able to push right now. Like, he is not being kept back on the, he's not being kept back at home or anything. So I honestly think Showtime probably just feels the ability to attack, and he's going to start doing so. Morphing a bunch of Banes, but we need more Banes than that. He has got 1100 gas set up at the moment. May as well try and dart across the map, because obviously they want to cause chaos where possible, so I understand the concept from Rogue, but he is definitely kind of just trying to grab at something here. He is not in a comfortable position in the slightest. This game state has definitely fallen off a bit for him. The Bane's going to get through, Archon's and Stalker's going to get hit by them. And the army will continue to press up for a little bit. Queens and the Overlord's coming about also. Storming all over the place. Phoenix going to get back to business here. You see Rogue supply ain't doing it, guys. And it looks like Showtime is going to be solid enough for a game 1 victory in this BO3. Rogue types out G. This game just kind of went the wrong way for him, kind of start through finish, and never really improved, unfortunately. And we'll head into a game 2 here to see what we are going to kick off into next. I'll have to run some ads, guys, so I'll have to just start those off, but otherwise we are going to resume on through. Party on in to game 2 of Showtime and Rogue. Wait for them to host this up, and we'll go. So we are going to do the following, guys. We're going to do Showtime versus Rogue, then we're going to do Beyond versus Clem, then the winner of Showtime Rogue will play a herO, and then the finals. So we are just going to do semi-finals 1 by 1 after Showtime Rogue finishes. We'll go 1 by 1 from here on out. So it's going to be a bit of a longer Monday just because we get this round of 8 that started a bit later than the others, but ain't nothing wrong with that. Some more games for us. It's always a pleasure. So yeah, thumbs up. We'll enjoy that aspect of today's bracket. As you can hear, the countdown is on. Rogue and Showtime heading into a game 2 now, and ready to begin. Up a game in the bottom right hand side already. It's going to be the red Protoss player. This is Showtime. He's taking on, of course, the blue Zerg in the top left. Here on 10,000 feet, we've got ourselves Rogue. All right. Game number 2 coming straight up. Rogue going to be our blue Zergy on the top side here. Excited to see if he can bring this game and series back a little bit right now. Obviously not the start he will have been wanting. First game really just got away from him, just never able to really be competitive on the army count. Showtime was great on the scouting. He knew everything that Rogue was up to. He played defensively very well, and the moment he found a chance to attack already, he was attacking, and the game was just already kind of ending at that stage, unfortunately, as well. So, yeah, just one of those games where you kind of just got to write it off a little bit as the Zerg and be like, all right, let's sharpen up, let's just do better. Like, it's a boring kind of way to think, but sometimes just let's do better is kind of the best way you can think in these scenarios. So
game paused.
That's a lag into the insta leave from Coca, so we're just gonna get that resumed straight away. That shouldn't be a problem.
Game
3, 2, 1 counting through, and we are right back at it. So straight back into this. Let's see where things are going to go as we have ourselves a couple lings, the hatchery coming through, get set up here for a few moments. See where things are going to take us. Again, the queens and the lings all coming about. Just going to see the nexus and the adept, the probe coming through as well. Get that on the way. going to throw the Stargate down, which is not too surprising on the side of Showtime here. And there's going to be a couple of Lings running around on the other side of the map. The probes will get in after... Oh, the Lings will get in after that probe. Sorry, not the probes. The probes getting after the Lings would have been fun, wouldn't it? But yeah, the Lings coming over. And just going to see a bit of feistiness initially. Nothing too crazy yet still. Speed is still very much so on its way through. And we have the Adept still trying to make its way forward. Getting set for now. We're getting into position here as the Adept will grab a drone, take that out, and try to become an extractor. Disallowed, though. Not going to happen. Not at all. So yeah, not really letting anything come through there. A couple of Adepts are going to make a shade. So they're going to try and threaten around a little bit. Maybe they can find some opportunity as they, again, threaten the mineral line for a couple of seconds. See maybe what they might be able to do. They're going to do a lot. They're going to do a lot. What might they be able to do? They may be able to do that. Rogue just going to leave the game. He just says, yeah, okay, this just went wrong. Wow. Man, Rogue is so good, I feel like, in ZVT, ZVZ. He cannot, for the life of him, I feel like, figure out this ZVP matchup. Like, every time I see him, I'm just like, Rogue, what are we doing, man? Like, it just doesn't seem to click for him. It just constantly seems to be such a major challenge. It's kind of crazy, man. He's just not capable of kind of playing this ZVP at in a solid kind of level. Honestly, like he just can't. Like, he's just not good in this situation. It's really crazy. Really crazy. Damn. All right. Well, that wraps that up, guys. Yeah, Beyond Clem is gonna. I mean, I'm glad then that we decided to do it this way, because actually Rogue Showtime really did not take very long at all. So we will do Beyond Clem, Showtime herO, finals. So yeah, this actually works out, like I say. At first I was a little concerned that it was gonna, maybe it takes a while and this and that, but like, yeah, this is really whatever. This is really whatever. Cool. Alrighty. Yeah, we'll go Beyond versus Clem here in a second, guys, and get this ready to rumble. Thank you for joining us here today. Appreciate you all being with us and joining us for some WARDITV Monday action. Don't see many games end that early. Yeah, because I feel like for games to end that early, the other guy really has to just be like, yep, this is done. And obviously Rogue was very much so in the business of thinking that this game was done, so fair enough. But yeah, you don't see it super often, to be fair. Which is good, because believe it or not, quick games like that don't do much for the viewership or anything, so thumbs up in terms of it not happening all the time. Alright, yeah, we'll take a few moments, guys. Obviously, Beyond and Clem. I don't think Beyond was expecting the Showtime Rogue series to be done as quickly as it is. He's AFK, herO's AFK, everyone's AFK, Clem and Beyond both AFK. Guys, it ended. Might be a few minutes before we get this back on track, guys. So just give us a couple. Like I say, just waiting on the players, as per usual. Typical player thing. Always waiting for the players, huh? Always waiting for the players. Ay, ay, ay. Tut, tut, tut. Cool. So yeah, we'll get into Beyond Clem as soon as they return. I don't even think they vetoed, actually. Which is maybe even crazier. Oh, well, they did veto. Beyond's hosting the game. Clem is AFK in this game, but maybe he's not actually AFK. Do 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 bum 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 bum. We had so many more casters now. Saber, Rex, Rune, Coca. Who else do we have watching the last game? So confused. I swear we just lost a bunch of casters, but... Cool. Beyond Clem will start, guys. We'll just kick this off, get this going. Yeah, I thought there was going to be more casters here. I swear we just had more casters in the last game, but... apparently not. Just waiting for Clem to ready up. TVP, starting up here, guys. Semi-finals of WARDITV Mondays, 77 brackets. It is Tuesday, you're not going crazy. Just still a WARDITV Monday, just one day late. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, alright, alright. Seems like Clem's just AFK, so we'll wait for Clem to come back to us here. Wait for his magnificent return and we can hopefully go. So thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all tuning in for some StarCraft today. Pleasure to be here with you guys, and yeah, excited to obviously bring you guys the cup and the games. If you are enjoying, do consider supporting the channel. Patreon especially, patreon.com/WARDITV is such a major way to support. Don't think I've said to like and subscribe on the YouTube yet today, guys. If you're over there, hello. What's up, Takua? Saying hello over there as well. Hi, hi. Yeah, if you're over on the YouTube, hit the like, hit the subscribe. It really goes such a long way to helping. The streams really do benefit from it. The viewership always reflects what the likes and what the likes are like on a video. So yeah, I really appreciate you guys if you take a second to hit those buttons. I appreciate it. Do I make a lot of money from streaming? Yeah, I do okay for myself. I definitely do pretty well. Hard to deny. I mean, harder to know nowadays because the last year or so, I guess how much I make changes a lot based on if there's live events as well. And obviously sometimes the stream does better, stream does worse, but I've been very fortunate in life, to be fair, with how the stream's gone and how it's been able to keep us going. Clem needs 2 minutes. Beyond says okay, but on the Korean keyboard. So we'll just give him a couple moments, and then hopefully we will be able to resume, guys. So again, thanks for a bit of patience while we figure that all out. All the Zergs out. Yeah, all the Zergs out, unfortunately. Sads. Sad, sad, sads. The only problem with doing okay with streaming is it did take me a long time to make money off streaming in the first place. So that's kind of fine if, like, you know, you're just doing it as a hobby and it turns into something else, but like, you can't really just start out and be like, you know what, I'm gonna be a full-time streamer. Like, I streamed for nearly 4 years during university, before I finished university and went full-time. And even then, it wasn't really like full-time in terms of like, yeah, I'm gonna make this my job. It was just like, man, I finished university. Wouldn't it be fun to actually do this thing I enjoy full-time for like a few months before I actually like go on with my life? So yeah. Clem ready. So we should be good to go here. Beyond Clem in a moment. What's kind of nice is we're guaranteed a TVP final today because either Beyond or Clem will be in the final versus Showtime or herO. So it's going to be a TVP right now. But obviously that's because Clem is playing the is not playing the mirror. So yeah, we're actually guaranteed a TVP final today, which is kind of cool. There's now Clem readies, and now Beyond is probably AFK. So everyone just taking turns in being AFK. All good, guys. We'll get there eventually. There we go. Countdown is on. Let's jump into this. Let's get it started. Alright, 10,000 feet coming on up. What did I major in? I have a master's in physics. Very useful for StarCraft 2 streaming. Mostly because you get to say it and everyone's like, "Oh, that's really cool," and you know, it makes for good conversation for 2 minutes in the downtime every now and again. Very useful degree. As in the top left, our teal Terran is going to be Bjorn. In the bottom right, our red Protoss is going to be Clem. Of course, he plays the Protoss against Terran, so So that's why we kind of know the finals today will be TVP, because we essentially have two Terrans playing here, but one of them will play Protoss for this matchup. So TVP, a PvP, and another TVP is what you guys have got to look forward to still today. As we kick off into this and get ready to go. Cracks in the gas coming through, get that set. Simulator will go down. Barracks producing. And yeah, we'll see what exactly the two have in store for us here. Do you think Clem's PvT has been a little worse lately, actually? Like, I feel like his PvT was very good for a while, but now... I don't know, like, it definitely feels like it's just less consistent than it has been previously, which is, like I say, for someone we were really loving the PvT of for so long, is very interesting overall, so, yeah. Was I doing my Masters full-time or part-time? Full-time. I did an integrated Masters, which means that basically I did my Masters as I also did... Basically, I went to university, and over 4 years I did my, Bachelor's and my Masters over 4 years. So instead of doing 3 years for my Bachelor's, then doing like 2 years of my Masters, I did them all in 4 years. It's called an integrated Masters. It's very common in physics, it seems like. Maybe a couple other sciencey ones is quite common in, perhaps. It's kind of nice because it means you don't have to do like a major project for your Bachelor's or anything. It's just, it's more combined. So it's very efficient, if that's what you're into. Was the transition around 3rd year? I mean, I only did 4 years, so... I did the same as everybody else for the first 2 years, and then in my 3rd year, everyone else had to start doing, obviously they did like major projects and stuff, whereas I did more lectures and a smaller project, and then obviously the 4th year is your bigger project, your master's project. I think that's kind of how it went down. Mondays, yes. If I'm not available on a Monday, we officially move the entire day across one, and we change it for the entire world. So yeah, that's 2 Mondays this week. Oh, but only one of them has a StarCraft 2 tournament on them, so... Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty, where are we actually at / going right now? What are we doing? Still going to chase a couple of the Reapers back for a couple moments there. Just going to chase those away for a few. Okay, let's set up. Get this on the way out. Hallucination is going to be still flying around. Obviously going to be looking to try and gather some info over the course of this as well. So move around with that. See what else is going on. Oh, yeah, the Cyclone just going to be moving around itself, and yeah, we try and see where things go over these next few moments here as we just have the Cyclone settling. The rest of this all coming through, so far so good. CC drops down onto the natural for a couple of seconds, and you're not going to see the Hyperflight Rotors on the way from Beyond. So something a little bit different from Beyond, actually. The Hyperflight Rotors, not something you see all the time. Speedy Banshees can be really good, though. I mean, you know, if you go Cloak and they have the detection, oftentimes that's kind of like, okay, well, it was nice, but it's not super crazy. It can still kind of create some opportunities. Hyperflight Rotors make so many opportunities with the makes so many opportunities with the Hellions. It's really kind of wild. So definitely kind of watching on those as we have the Reapers and the Cyclone gathering up. The Hallucination will begin to move through for a couple of moments. Nothing too crazy just yet still. Just gonna see that Hallucination coming straight across. Is gonna head into the main. So Clem's going to see the Tech Lab Starport researching, so then you know kind of roughly what's going on, but you don't know exactly what the deal is, so it's always a fun part of that as well. Like I say, just not quite knowing what the deal is with that's kind of fun. We are going to see a little blow up with the Widow Mine, and yeah, we are going to have, like I say, Beyond with those Hyperflight Rotor Banshees. We'll get some Marine Tank going as well, ready to play on the ground. Of course, Beyond PvT or TVP today. Pretty decent. You can't really complain to the guy that was able to take down Classic. 2-0 as well. He looked very dominant against Classic in those games. I would be surprised if he had a similar performance against Clem. I just think Clem's a little bit more consistent than that, but Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of times where Clem does just kind of not have enough and kind of dies on it, dies early in the game. So I guess maybe a similar vibe could perhaps come true. Stalkers will be there to try and zone the Marine tank portion of this backward. I'm just going to see that charge and the Robo Bay both coming up from Clem. The Immortal continue to come online as well. And yes, Impact SCVs all coming through for the moment. A couple Stalkers going to be there. Cyclone will take a couple shots of damage. Cyclone locking onto the Stalker there. Very narrowly able to get the kill with that. Not quite going to be the case in the end. So just going to have everything else joining back through together for the moment. Well, Bjorn is not going to be able to advance further forward just yet. I mean, he did try, but he clearly doesn't seem to want to, so he seems to be pretty happy. Just chilling for a little bit. This Banshee's going to patrol on that bottom side, wait for their chance to maybe get involved a little further. Pylon going to go down, he's going to have a good spot on them though. Well, Bjorn has just pulled back, he's going to start defending the third base here, so things are going to calm down a little bit for him next few moments. And Zealot is going to go on a wander. Obviously just try to get involved on the other side of the map, trying to be aggressive, trying to make something happen here for a little bit. Grand scheme of things, though, things are looking pretty chill right now. And Clem is just hanging back. Bjorn's back on the map. We'll see if we can do anything. We think with the Colossus out, going up this ramp is going to be extremely difficult for Bjorn. So I don't really think he's going to have too much success here if he tries to make a move. Zal's going to start forward. The Stalker's going to get blown up by the tanks a little bit, but the tank's going to go down. Like I say, the Colossus adds a lot of damage to this, and the Colossus does not get hit during this at all. So the Colossus is still very safe. Here's the Banshee combo that will actually have a lot of potential, considering that Clem is, chasing this army onto the other direction. He may not have anything at home right away to deal with this, so it's going to be a little bit of a frustration for a couple of seconds. He's going to be seeing the Banshees. 8 probes killed, and no cleanup on them just yet, I think, is the main thing. If there was a cleanup, then yeah, whatever. But 8 probes and they're both still alive, and one of them is still full HP. Gonna take a couple more shots now. Maybe we lose one. Oh, we don't reach it. It's the further one away, and so it doesn't go down just yet. And Clem is unable to play cleanup on this. So nice from Bjorn. 10 workers killed. Banshees get out alive. Threat remains. And Prism and the +1 attack upgrade still coming through. Probes coming up. 1/1 upgrades coming by as well. Ghost, Marines, Vikings continue to produce at the moment. Just going to see how Stalkers gather in. The Prism and the 1/1 upgrades all coming online also. So again, a lot of those little bits and pieces just trickling into play at this point in time. And a lot of that set up. Bio gets a scan out. Again, the Ghost, the Vikings, the Marines. Little bits of everything still continuing through at the moment. Bio Army really does just stand about for a couple of seconds. Prism will make its way over, so Clem going to start getting a little bit more active himself. See if he can find some more opportunity to cause some chaos and so on. Bio going to fight is actually quite a big chunk of Bio. These Colossus are not well protected, to be honest. A little bit scary for Clem, and as you can see, he's maybe a bit caught off guard being out on the map here. Yeah, this Colossus is not well protected, not a lot of Zealots in front. We are going to see the Prism across the map will try and do some damage as well, but this Bio Army right here from Bjorn might actually just not stop going. He might just be able to force his way right through this position. Like I say, the Colossus went down, Clem a little bit too far forward. And Bjorn, supply looking great for him at the moment. The Colossus going to keep on laser beaming. The Stalker's firing a few shots off. We do get a bit of a pick off up in the skies. Is that enough in the grand scheme of things here to really turn the tide of battle? I kind of feel like no, it probably isn't going to be enough. A couple of Zealots get chased. The Vikings pull back over. Medevac right there with it. Vikings nearly get the Prism. Not quite able to just yet, though. Let me reset back down for a few moments here, so calm it for a little bit. Banshees will come across. Beyond supply lead definitely there. Very apparent right now. Is he able to take this game and run with it is the question. Can he take this lead and turn it into something more? As do you have the buy-only ghosts, and I love the fact these banshees are still just here again. Such a nice addition for this late stage of the game. Just something you don't want to spend time building into, but hey, if you've already got them, they're just so threatening. There's so much potential use, so many potential use cases for them. Yeah, in this case, they're not going to do much. They just get shut down, but like I say, it's not bad to still have them as an option. Beyond actually going to take this as an opportunity to dive in. The Stalker's out of position, so the Colossus arguably a little bit more exposed than they would have been otherwise. Because we're still getting chased and hunted. The Vikings trying to get rid of that Colossus. Will get it in the end, and I just don't know if there's enough to work through the bio again without the splash damage of the Colossus. I don't think it's really possible to kind of move through this scenario. Bio will keep trading, more damage being done. The Colossus gets jumped on again. It's going to work through that, and it's going to fall. So new Colossus goes down. Bjorn's army is low. I was going to say evacuating if he could do would be nice. He doesn't lose a full medevac there, so that's actually great for him. Yeah, Clem trying to play cleanup, but it is him that's being cleaned up. 22 probes dead. His economy not where it wants to be for PvT. And that is pretty much the summary of this game right now. Bjorn was actually, I mean, the game was kind of going along fairly reasonably on both sides, and then Bjorn just finds that one fight where Clem is out of position, way too far forward, with the Colossus exposed, not enough defense on those Colossus. Bam! The entire game just sort of turns around in that moment, and it never really looks the same after that. As Bjorn is going to host us to Winter Madness for a map 2 here. Get into that just a second for a second game of this BO3 matchup. All right, we get hosted in. Kick off in a moment, guys. Winter Madness coming up. Again, winner of this plays in the finals today against either Showtime or herO. You know what? What's kind of maybe even crazy is that not just has Clem not won one of these events since October, by the way. October, so it's been November, December, January, February. 4 whole months that didn't have a Clem victory. He's only been in the finals 3 times since then. He hasn't been in the finals since the first cup this year, edition 68. Again, when we talk about Clem, that's just like such an oddity. Like, he's so dominant in these online cups. Yet here we are again. He's now down a game in the semifinals, and it may be another week where he doesn't make the finals if Bjorn is able to deliver on one more map win. Coca not having a good day on the lag. Happens. Hopefully not too big of an issue. Let's settle through and get into this. Just going to be seeing where we go. Obviously Clem trying to bring it back a little bit and get set back into place. See how that goes and see what happens as we just see the Broby moving about. Chrono boost is down. And there we go. Alright, well, like I say, Clem, do or die moment for him in this series now, already. It's going to be interesting to see if he can pull it back. Like I say, it feels like this entire matchup has been so turned for him. Like, he feels like he's struggling in PvT, but then he's also struggling a bit in TvP on the other side of it, so it just feels like through and through it's very difficult to kind of place where Clem is at maybe with this entire situation. Like I say, it's so unique because he plays both sides of the matchup, but he really seems to be struggling, like I say, on both sides of it lately. It's just not as clean as it used to be from him. Again, we only have these expectations because it's Clem, and he set the precedent for him playing at these kind of levels, playing at these sort of stages, and being able to kind of live up to the hype in these kind of matches. And like I say, unfortunately, I do feel like that sort of level has been not as apparent lately from Clem. He's just been struggling. And he has some series where he looks great again. He just has a lot more series where it feels like he's just so lost in the matchup. And yeah, he had that series against Zown, looked absolutely solid against Zown earlier on. Got into some later game scenarios, did very well there. Yeah, it's an interesting time to be kind of watching Clem, because I'm very interested as to whether he can pull it back and get that TvP figured out and back on track a little bit. Desert Shells, Marauder coming through for a couple of moments, so we got set up on that. You're going to see the Sentry and the Warp Gate coming through as well. A couple of barracks will continue to build. Twilight Council, Sentry and the Warp Gate all continuing through, so we bring a lot of that online as well. See what we can do with this in the next moment or two. We're seeing the Twilight Council coming up, getting into place. Green underneath is going to hit the hallucination for a second, as we do see the two Marauder opening from beyond. This is something which he's been very commonly going into. He really likes the two Marauder opening. Obviously, you can get across the map, apply some pressure with concussive shells. You do force a response from the Protoss a lot of the time. So this was seen by Clem. He had the hallucination fly right overhead. So we're completely aware of what Beyond is doing. And like I say, Clem is not going to be, unaware of the fact that this is something that Beyond does as an opening fairly frequently. So that part of it should also mean that this is not too much of a surprise factor or anything of the sorts. Again, Stimulant +1, all building through, get that online, get that set up. See where we can take this over the next few moments. Stim Pack +1, the Marines, the SCVs continue to come on through. A little bit of that bio just going to sit atop that ramp, and also trying to see a bit of what's going on here as we maybe get the chance to threaten down to the bottom side of the map. So away we go. Chance to move across and get in place. Try and make something happen for the next few moments. Away we go. That hallucination is still moving around. Definitely looking to see what's going on. Yeah, I'm just going to see a couple extra Marines showing up. There's a lot of pressure from Beyond. The fact he's continuing to rally across the map. He also is being somewhat unseen while doing this, right? So, Clem stepping towards a third base. Going to instantly have to cancel that pylon. Beyond drops the stim. Of course, the stim is immediately expensive because you don't have medivacs here to heal, so this is very committed. Once you stim, that damage is done on your units, and you're not really going to want to, have to stim multiple more times. So, and these units kind of get chased, so this just wasn't really it from Beyond. Try to jump on that army, but these first few forces get taken out, and eSports has lost. Not terrible for him. 775 to 575. It's a couple hundred difference. I actually thought it was going to be worse than that, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. So, I actually thought that was going to be even worse, but yeah, it's okay. It's reasonable in the end, I guess. What did he kill? He killed 2 Stalkers in the Sentry, so yeah, he got a little bit of value out of this. One of those moments, though, where it's like, well, would you not rather just have more bio available so that when you next push with bio, it's even scarier? I think the answer is probably yes, and that's why it's probably not seen as good of a trade out as maybe the numbers suggest, because Beyond probably really capitalizes more on just having a good clump of extra bio units available than what Clem is able to capitalize on by, having killed, or than Beyond's able to capitalize on by having killed a couple Stalkers or so. 2 Stalkers and a Sentry ain't cheap. Again, like I say, money-wise, it's a fine trade for Beyond somewhat. It's just like, in terms of the amount of army, like, a lot of bio can overwhelm. 2 Stalkers and a Sentry probably ain't making the difference in an army. So, bio just works so well in good numbers is I guess, the real takeaway on that. Now, a few Marines get in after hallucination. Hallucination takes a few shots. +1 attack, thermal lens charge, all of that coming online here still. Going to be seeing the other units gathering up. Compound just sits out over the side. Again, +1 attack, thermal lens, charge on the way up as well. Continue to bring that into place. Bio army will gather together. And we just have thermal lens +1, charge on the +1 armor. A lot of upgrades across the board finishing. Beyond is here right now, committing to a 5 racks 2 base setup. So being the 2 base kind of player, which maybe he set out to be all this time in this game, Big push at the moment. Two Colossus obviously very scary. Clem has to be careful. Probably need some force fields here to protect these Colossus. Loses one already, though. Well, Clem just loves to continue to fight this. Tanks ended up sieging in the end. Took a little while, but we got there with the siege up in the end, and Clem is going to push this back. Okay, he's going to be fine. I thought with the Colossus kind of being in a bit of trouble that maybe there was a bit of danger. Obviously, that wasn't the case in the end, and Clem ties us up 1-1. And the BO3 is going to be tied and ready to move into a deciding map of this semi-final as Beyond's attack gets thwarted. Clem able to deal with the two base comfortably. And we move to a game 3, which will be played on Tourmaline. So host into this. Get this started up in just a second, guys. One final map of this semi-final. Then we have Showtime herO, which Showtime has won a couple of times. When Showtime's made runs in this tournament, he has done so through knocking down players like herO and so in the PvPs to open up those opportunities to get there. So maybe, possibly, today is a Showtime kind of day as well. Fun. herO was in kind of killer mode the other day as well, though, so I'm not going to count him out. He was killer mode in PvP especially. I mean, him versus MaxPax in the WARDITV Winter Championship was pretty damning, considering MaxPax is meant to be such a beast. I know he doesn't, maybe not quite as good as he used to be in PvP, but even still, that kind of a result from herO makes makes heads turn a little, you know? It was very impressive. It wasn't just the scoreline as well, it was like the way the games went, it was just dominant. Through and through and through, like every way you could try and describe dominance in that series was really just there from herO. The scoreline, the way the games went, how he looked, the different variety in builds. Yeah, it was just a great day for herO. So Showtime, you're definitely going to look at that and think, hopefully it doesn't look as good today in the PvP. He did already be created today in PvP, herO did. So yeah, it's going to be a fun one. That's our second semi-final. It comes up after this semi-final, guys. And then, of course, we have the finals, best of 5, following that. Boost on the Nexus. Kid and the Assimilator both coming through. There's 1-1. Probably help if I actually set up the scoreboard. We'll follow a probe to the upper right side as Clem looks for some early scouting info just to start us off. As we get a nibble there, probe will take a couple shots of damage, nothing too crazy just yet. Continue through with that for now. Another couple SCVs come around. Probe will take a few more nibbles. More damage being done. Nexus, Cybercore, Pylon, all building into place just for the moment. Factory comes through. Cybercore and the Nexus still building up. Just gonna see the Adept Chrono boosting for a few moments. Yeah, Adept will continue just to chrono for a couple seconds there, so get that out and we'll see Clem onto the map early with his first unit. And looking to start making some activity happen. And Twilight Council building. Nexus very much so on its way in. Probe just joins and I can say Adept will shade, so Dimension will take a few shots of damage, so a few hits already. Nothing too crazy there just yet, so kind of as we expect for the first couple moments. Like I say, nothing wild for now. The Adept will poke, and the Hellion will help with the Marines to push this back. We are going to be a little caught here as the Adept, but the Stalker will show up to try and help. The Hellion continues to commit onto the Adept, says, I'm not backing off. Why should I? Don't really disagree, to be fair, so on we go, and yeah, a little bit of damage done. Stalker turns back onto a couple of those Marines, looking for a little extra. Nothing really being found for it, though, as well at the moment. Stalker shoots a couple of Marines, are going to get shot at. A bit more being done again as he continues by. Just going to morph into an orbital, or try to get into being an orbital right now. And those couple stalkers still gather through. Joining up for a little bit. And again, stalking the blink coming through the gateway and the Nexus all building. Medevac will boost around that right-hand side. Just a few units unloading. Uh-oh, these stalkers get caught. Nice move by Bjorn. Awesome move by Bjorn, actually. Really, really cool. Just not quite gonna... Yeah, I mean, forced the recall and actually killed the stalker still. So actually, yes, really nice move overall. I love that little things which add up nicely for you. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. Cyclone. Oh, very nearly got a probe. Didn't quite finish it off in the end. So gonna see the Cyclone coming back through, going for the probes again for a couple of moments. I'm gonna get a little extra out of that. And the Medevac ends up loading up and escaping away. The Medevac gets out of there. Still gonna see our Hyperflight Rotors, that Banshee play. Continue to produce on through. Charge coming up, probes, and the gateway coming online. Has a hallucination that continues to go around that right side, so again, just information gathering. Name of the game right now, no surprises on that. At least there shouldn't be any surprises on that, really. For the moment, at least. Marines get rid of the hallucinations, so again, a little bit more being found there as well. And this Banshee play from Bjorn looking to get some damage done early once again. It's just going to come straight through, get that set up. Get that ready to play straight into action here. And a couple of tanks come down this low ground, just going to move through. Barracks going to move on over, drop onto a tech lab as well. It's just going to put that in position. Couple of stalkers, the Marines, the tanks coming up as well. So again, we move across for a couple seconds here, get that on the go. Stalkers pull back and away just momentarily. Final one. Probes nearby, just going to move around for a couple seconds again. Just going to set that up for the moment, and we do have a couple of Zealots going about also. Bring that through. And Banshee's going to be hanging around, so we take a second or so. Banshee chilling. Couple Stalkers absolutely able to just try and keep this Medevac trapped in, so Clem trying to make sure Bjorn doesn't get out of here too freely or anything for the moment. Zealot going to get out the left side as well. Well, Bjorn's about to finish all those upgrades. That Bio Army is definitely going to be set to potentially party on and to get some damage dealt. So kind of eyes on that is where we sit at the moment in this game number 3. Bjorn is going to have eyes on the Observer, man. His Observer scanning really is so consistent. The Terrans have always been kind of getting better and better at Observer spotting. I really feel like right now, Bjorn is at an absolute high in terms of what he's able to kind of see in that regard. So, yeah, very interesting. Well, +1 thermal lens coming through. Getting that underway. I'm going to see the Zealot Stalker already moving across. Zealot's getting busy. Widowmine's going to try and help play cleanup. They might friendly fire onto SCVs there. I was looking at that. I was like, I'm not 100% sure on that one. I'm glad we lifted those mines out. So, yeah. It's nice. You're just going to see the Zealot Stalker coming through for a couple of seconds. Moving about for a moment and trying to get in position. And yeah, I mean, so far Clem poking, but not really seeing success just for the moment. So far, so good. Orbital Command is going to come drop onto this base location. So just going to drop this position into play. And so Bjorn is going to be able to get to a third. I mean, Clem is there with the army, so if he wants to try and fight, he's going to obviously have this warp in as well, so some Zealots are going to threaten. There's going to be a bunch of bio that actually steps toward that. And then Clem's going to dive with everything else. He's got too many Zealots to the natural, though. The main army is on the obviously towards the third base. Yeah, this was not it from Clem. If he wanted to fight this, he needed the Zealots to go to the right side, more toward the army. The Zealots ran into the natural where they got a couple of pickoffs, but it just really meant the rest of the army wasn't able to get involved. Now Clem only really loses Zealots here, so it's not free, but it's not expensive. But it does feel like he has to kind of step back for a little bit, and Bjorn, with a successful defense, is going to be feeling good about essentially having just gotten his bases up and running without issues. So definitely a major positive in the end scheme there as well. So definitely a major plus for now. Love to see it. Going to be seeing the Nexus at the front goes down as now Bjorn actually steps onto the map, and he's going to actually just come straight through, knock a base down. Now Clem is still going to be a 4-base Protoss, so he's not super concerned losing that forward base. Eventually, yes, he's going to want that, and he's going to want to establish it and keep it, but if he doesn't feel like he can fight that army right now, there's nothing wrong with just letting it go and retaking this base a bit further down the line again. A bit further, like I say, a little bit later on, so couple of bio units. Going to go through, a couple of Zealots go down. Just going to see the Prism. It's moving into the main base, also coming straight across in that direction. Southstalker Colossus still absolutely pushing in at the front. The bio army will be there to keep a few more of these units pushed back and away as well. It's just trying to keep this from developing too heavily into a complete state of disarray. Our gathering Vikings going to be there. Just going to see the other Vikings coming about. So we've seen this fight breaking through. I mean, the Viking count is there from Bjorn. We'll see if his execution on the engagement is there too. Get rid of one Colossus. The Disruptor trailing behind. Going to need the other Disruptor to protect it. Just about showing up there and stepping in to say, hey, let's calm this down. Don't like where this fight is going for me, so we calm that down. We reset things just a little bit. I think that's important for Clem, because Bjorn was really hot on his tail there and eager to fight. 2-2 to 2-1 upgrades. Bjorn on his way to 3-3. 3-2 on the way from Clem's, just again comparing where he said at other aspects of this. Clem at 74 workers is fine, but I wouldn't say it's like, oh my goodness, like this is it. Like Clem is playing the exact work account he needs or anything. Like, I do feel like Clem's work account could be higher. And that's going to be a nice catch from Bjorn. Getting rid of the Prism here is obviously going to be a major positive. Gets rid of some of the potential that you have then as Clem to be kind of maneuvering around and obviously backstabbing and counter-attacking as well. Getting rid of that possibility from the Protoss is just going to be great for you as the Terran. As you focus up on this fight at the front, supply dropped from both. Clem's quick to rebuild with the reinforcing warp-ins, so it's quick to rebuild. Bjorn, though, keeps chasing through. I actually think he had potential to right-click a couple more Disruptors there and to get rid of a little bit more of the possible splash that Clem has coming out of this. Both players with significant losses. The supply drops down at 150-ish apiece. Not really much money banked up on either side either. And that is where we sit right now here in game number 3, as Clem is actually going to chase through. Tell you what, a lot of the medevac's low energy, and Bjorn is kind of already drained on HP on his units. They haven't been healed back up yet, so that might be something you want to try and keep attacking for here as Clem. You might say, hey, there's actually an opportunity for me to maybe kind of keep the pressure on. Well, the Zealots get around that right side. The Liberator's coming up as well. So Bjorn is starting to get into that Liberator phase of the game. That's obviously going to be very scary. That's going to be much scarier than where we've been at before now. So having those Liberators out, big step in the right direction. Clem is not really rich enough to really go into like an anti-Liberator force. He definitely can't make his way towards Tempest or anything right now. So you can't get towards the kind of the bigger air units for yourself. Like I say, obviously, you can always have Stalkers that can blink underneath those libs, but there's not even that high of a Stalker count either just yet. A couple of libs will begin to siege. So that's coming through. Disruptor shot going to land for a few bio units as well. A couple hits coming about again. The Ghosts Coming through, we get this settled in. Colossus laser beams going off right now. A couple more disruptor shots coming by as well. In they go. Let's see the rest of the army stepping through. Another disruptor shot, not quite going to be able to land just yet. Not really able to do as much as it wanted to there. Obviously would have been looking for more, no doubt. Well, still got everything else joining and waiting. Clem still pressing on the front lines. Like I say, with these Liberators sieging up, it's going to become more and more difficult though. So don't love that part of it from Bjorn. As you are going to see, the disruptors obviously very threatening as well. Got to constantly stay on top of those. Can't let them do too much. Otherwise, this game slips away from you very quickly. That's a massive warp into the main, and the Vikings, they shoot at the prism and they leave it alone. It wouldn't have stopped the warping, but stopping it from just being around still would be nice. So mistake made there. Just letting that live for the moment where it absolutely should be going down is, like I say, a little bit sad on top of everything else. As Bjorn's supply, he's hanging on. He's still got the army at the front door he's got to deal with, though. He's got to be able to push this Protoss army back. If you can't get rid of this group of units, that's going to be very, very difficult. As Clem, Colossus low right now, don't have anything to shoot at. They're just tanking damage. So right now, Colossus actually getting chased. There's only a handful of Vikings as well, though. Bjorn is just about able to turn this back around. Over the other side we go. Stalkers get to the top. I'm just going to be reinforcing the rest of that army. Bjorn doesn't have anything going on Clem's side of the map, and that's what maybe concerns me the most, is that Bjorn just trying to get libs up, trying to establish a fourth base, whereas Clem is actually pretty free in this game and kind of running away in terms of some of the numbers right now, so might be something of a factor to kind of keep in mind as well. Zealot Stalker still building through on this. It's going to be seeing the numbers gathering to the right side now. Resources loss is going to be an interesting tab as well. You can see Bjorn's efficiency is absolutely apparent. That's why Clem needs these extra bases. That's how this matchup works. Typically, the Terran plays more efficiently, and hence the Protoss player needs to be able to have more bases in order to see success and to kind of keep these trades going. Again, pushing to the front without a fourth base, Bjorn really is long-term in some trouble. So that's definitely kind of the issue we sit in right now, figuring out how we're going to get through this, what we're going to do about it. Because, yeah, I think it's going to be kind of tough. A couple disruptor shots fly through. A couple libs going to be there. Once again, the Colossus so low. Surely the Vikings can catch them this time. We get rid of one. The other will live. One hit away from death. Hopefully we can get rid of that sooner rather than later. Because Clem is bringing it back into the fight. It does go down here. Bjorn's going to take this chance. Can he fight through the splash damage? Disruptor going to be a major target. He takes that down. Now it's just Stalkers. This army from Clem will not hold its own with what it's currently made out of. You know, going to be seeing a few Zealots running into this to try and tank. They are actually doing a good job. Oh, he's going to try and dive into the Disruptor. That was a bad decision. He realized it just before it maybe became an even bigger problem. And he did not fully commit through. The Zealots kept melting away. There was not enough to really support those Zealots. Like, they ran in, they start dying, but you need everything else behind to start dealing some damage so that the Zealot commitment through is worthwhile. And the units behind him just weren't doing enough damage output. That said, coming out of all of this, Clem's reinforced, and he's ready to go again. The 80 to 57 worker lead, allowing him to rebuild. We blink in, we got to get rid of these Liberators. Two of them still alive, though. They're going to do massive damage from the skies. So that is very painful if we do not manage to clean them up, and we did not. So we just stood in kind of Liberator range there for a few moments. And the rest of that Zealot Stalker still gathering through. Still have ourselves the Colossus, two of them building up at the moment. Let's take a dive straight across into that mineral line. And they go as well. Just going to be seeing a couple of these Zealots being picked away at right now then. Again, damage being done. Just going to see the Marine Marauder Viking Ghost still building through also. Just for the moment. Well, Bjorn might be able to get towards another orbital here. That would be nice. Just another location of mine from the 4 base. Took a long time to get set up, so he's immediately having to think about another base to stay in this game. Resources lost a 9k difference. Again, that's very playable for Bjorn if he has the bases, but he needs to have the bases. That's forever going to be the problem here. That's what we are going to have to keep on reminding ourselves of. We need these bases to be online. Otherwise, the efficiency does not really matter if Clem is just rebuilding out of these trades each and every time, no problem at all. This is really nice as well. Shutting down the medevacs, one of the big things as well, because especially as you're going back into Colossus, right, it's going to keep the starports busy. Keeping the starports busy in general already nice, because you want to try and reduce the Liberator count, so if they're busy rebuilding medevacs, then they're not building Liberators, right? So You take that as a little bit of a win too, as we do see the Colossus going down here. The Zelda going to charge in. I think Clem, though, might be on the verge of making his first WARDITV Mondays finals. Well, I think I'm actually speaking too soon. Wow. Bjorn's army here is actually going to come swinging back over. Wow, the tail end of that fight was very convincing for Bjorn, and his army supply is very good. The issue I do see is that his army is super heavily stimmed. It's very low HP. The medevac's almost out of energy already as well. So anytime that Clem steps back through again would be it. Obviously, if Clem does win this, and don't get ahead of myself, if Clem does win this, it's going to be his first finals since January 6th, which is, again, ridiculous to think of when he's the most winning player in the entire history of the WARDITV Mondays. And pretty much has held that stead for, a year and a half at this point. herO and MaxPax have been working on catching him over the last few weeks especially. Some crazy business, all things considered. Well, we're not there yet. This game is still very much up in the air. I might have been getting ahead of myself, but we'll stop that now and we'll be a bit more responsible about our callouts. Bjorn building back through with a few more units. See those Vikings coming up as well. Again, starport production I do think is a problem later in this game. Only 6 medevacs in play. There's 3 Colossus. Clem's army is very heavy on the Zealots. Oh, nice save on that Colossus, pulling it back and then let the Zealots kind of be that wall which protect the Colossus as well. It's going to be a great job. We do lose 1, but man, I do think Clem is doing a fantastic effort of kind of keeping his tech units alive. And here you can just see Bjorn's supply is dropping a bit. And also, most importantly, you can see the health on his units is just low. So there's that follow-up kind of wave after wave of pressure. And Clem is just not letting these units heal. And he's able to kind of capitalize on what is another stim used. Another stim of HP gone from that bio army. And at this point, it's adding up because there's just not enough time to regenerate medevac energy to heal before another fight happens. Especially when you see the Colossi laser beaming as well, right? That's when the splash damage adds up too. Even if the Colossus aren't killing every laser beam they send out, slowing this army down and damaging it up, like I say, is just weakening it over time here to the point that it's going to be a problem. SCV is turned around by a couple of Zealots. I'm going to see actually Bjorn getting another nice dive. He's going to get the Colossus here. Nice save from the Prism from Clem. Still not quite a clear-cut situation here. We are going to lose the Colossus. This top left base probably goes down. Clem's army supply in trouble again. He's going to lose a lot of probes here too, so he's going to lose a lot of the mining advantage which he had. He's killed 20 SCVs on the counterattack just now, but he'll lose a lot of that advantage, like I say, with these probes pulling in. However, a DT does some work, and the Stalkers combined with the probe pull actually fairly successful. That is actually going to be the turning point of this game and the wrapping up point of this series. Clem 2, Bjorn 1, an epic on Tourmaline to wrap it up. Very back and forth, very close. Felt like Bjorn maybe had a chance to make finals today. But in the end, it is Clem who's just a little bit too strong and is going to be moving on through to that finals for the first time in many months. We'll see Clem back in a Monday Cup final. And it's on a Tuesday. Typical. Typical. All right. We'll dive into Showtime herO, guys, as soon as they are ready. We can kick off into that and get this PvP underway to figure out who will be playing Clem in today's finals. Will it be Showtime? Will it be herO? Well, we're going to find that out in the next, like I say, a few moments to get this ready to go and kicking this off. Beautiful. Oh, that DT. That DT was pretty sick at the end. Sort of thing where it's just like you're scrapping together this and that and whatever else. And DT shows up and just ruins your day at the end of it all. Ruins it. Just puts you where you don't want to be, sadly. Ouch. Alright, guys. We will, like I said, take it easy a couple moments and wait for more games to begin. It will be Showtime herO. Just waiting for them to be vetoed, not AFK, and ready to start. So best of 3 PvP and then a best of 5 TVP final. Clem versus Showtime or herO today. It's yeah, like I say, Clem shaking off the Monday rust. Has not been in one of these finals since edition 60. Was it 68? Did I say the edition was? Yeah, 68. Has not won one of these since edition 57. Now, the really crazy part of that is when you consider that Clem has won, in total, 21 of these events. He won 21, but he hasn't won in 20 editions. That's really crazy. He was winning like 1 in every 3 or more often. And then for the last 20 editions, we have not seen Clem come out with the victory. And again, I know we're hopping on about it, but I really do feel that's a fascinating storyline. Since Clem last won, we have seen Classic win multiple times. We've seen MaxPax herO obviously win multiple times. Bunny won 1. Trigger won 1 against Clem in that finals. Solo took a victory as well. In fact, Solo took multiple victories. It's actually wild. Since the last time Clem won, Solo went from being a 0-time to a 3-time Monday Cup champion. Classic went from being a 3-time to a 6-time champion. Like these are the numbers which I find so interesting because again, Clem is like the baseline like expectation, and then it's just been so long. All these other kind of storylines, which were really cool storylines, you know, on any given week as to what was happening in this event. These other storylines have built up since he last won one. And again, it's just so unusual. Wild. All right, herO's joined us here. We are in the lobby for herO and Showtime BO3 PvP semi-final. One of them will get a chance against Clem in today's finals. And, yeah, if herO wins, so funnily enough, so right now, first place in terms of Monday Cups won overall. Clem first, 21 wins. MaxPax second with 20 wins, and herO third with 19 wins. So herO looking to try and get to one behind Clem and also catch MaxPax again. They've been kind of trading back and forth for a while now, so very fun. How do seeds get calculated in this tournament? We seed the top 4 players from the previous week, and that's it. We seed the top 4 players. Everything else is randomized, with non-pros being pulled to the bottom of the seeding table. Everything else is randomized. Sometimes, if there's only 2 Zergs signed up, I'll make sure they don't play each other in the round of 16 or something, you know? Make sure we don't lose, you know, one of our 2 Zergs guaranteed straight away. But for the most part, it's just randomized seeding. Like I say, sometimes we do a little bit of a balancing of the bracket if there's like one section which is clearly very, very insane and the other section is very, you know, we might do a little bit, but it's not like with a purpose like, oh, let's give this guy an easy bracket. It's randomized and we just edit it a little bit here and there from that point, basically. Just a little bit of editing. It's gonna be seen. Showtime, top left. herO, bottom right. Get into this game. Number 1 of this BO3. Yeah, the reason we do the seeding like this is beforehand I was kind of seeding it from the week before and then kind of continuing to kind of just seed it like that and then just continue to kind of roughly seed like on kind of a bit of a vibe basis. But the majority of players requested that we change it so that it was like you'd get different brackets each week. And it's actually really good for us too because each week we see different brackets. And yeah, sometimes people play really good players early and good players play each other early, but that just means we get really good games early in the tournament and we get good games throughout. I think for the sake of it being a weekly tournament that just happens every week, like, yeah, I think it's absolutely fine. I think it's good. I think something like this that mixes the tournament up is very good. Like I say, we don't see the same players playing each other. What used to happen was that Percival would always play MaxPax. We'd always have, say, like 16-ish pros, and Percival would always be like seed 15 or 16. So first round for Percival would always be MaxPax or herO or Clem. And he would never get to play anyone else, and he'd just die in the round of 16 every week. And then, for example, so that, you know, that obviously wasn't great. So it really gives variety for everybody, is what it comes down to. So, and yeah, your benefit of kind of being top 4 the week before means that you at least avoid the top 4 from the week before too. It also means that we can kind of avoid similar kind of finals happening in a way. Because what happens is that, say you played somebody say you got top 4 like the week before, you will not be able to meet the guy you played in the finals again until the finals, but you will play someone different in the semis. It's very unlikely for a very similar bracket to play out, because some players will swap around the way that we do it, so, yeah. It's better when it's not seeded. Yeah, I actually always really loved... I always thought the Kung Fu Cup seeding was really funny, and then I'd think it was funny, but I'd always defend and be like, well, you know, it's funny, guys, but we get great games because of it. And that part is extremely true. Like, the value of us being able to start the stream with, like, you know, second round for us today was Clem down, right? Like, being able to watch that second round is just so cool because it gives us great games all the way through. So it just makes for a better stream overall as well, which is really nice. Anyways, that's a good point of conversation for filling a few moments here early. Hope you guys are all feeling great still, as we do have some stalkers, some sentries moving around, and getting about on the map. Robo facility coming about, Nexus on the way through, and have the Immortal and the Warp Gate continue to build by at the moment. And yeah, just having Showtime with the forward robo facility. herO going to get a defensive robot of his own. It's not necessarily a, you know, a be-all and end-all kind of situation. Oh, one guy, they're both roboing, but one guy's aggressive. Surely that's good for the defender. There's a lot you can do as the aggressor here. Obviously, killing off the Nexus would be good, and then you can kind of transition from there. So that would be a very meaningful thing that could happen in this scenario. So there's a lot of things that can kind of take place over the next few minutes here. We'll be kind of keeping an eye on this and seeing what does end up happening. Two stalkers. The Immortal still gathering about. Prism going to be right there. And again, a few stalkers and the sentry is going to gather around for a little bit. Also, for a few moments, get that put into place. And on we go. A couple of Adepts going to come about for a few moments there. Just going to move over. Again, stalkers and the sentries gathering at the moment. See Showtime pushing. This is what we've been waiting for. We knew he was going to be attacking, obviously, with the forward robo. Good force fields initially. Showtime's not in a rush. He's going to back it up, let the force fields fade, and then look to come back in again. There's a lot of sentries from herO, though, so yeah, not in a rush, but maybe there is a little bit more pressure on there than we'd be led to believe at first. Just going to see a little bit of action coming about, so we take a couple moments. Just going to step through. Just going to be seeing another Adept warping in. They're really, again, using these force fields well. And again, Showtime just has to lift off and kind of back away. The longer we wait, the more that herO's going to have kind of defensively to help himself out in this scenario and to make sure that he's going to be absolutely fine in this situation. So, kind of a little bit concerned maybe for Showtime that we're not already seeing a bit more success already. And the few units coming in again. Force field comes down. Stalkers and Immortals will be held back for a second. A couple more force fields coming into place. Immortals going to shoot away. Battery taking some damage. We'll warp in a few more Adepts alongside this as well. So bring a few more Adepts up. It's going to be seeing the warping or so coming along with this. And this army is still pushing through. Now Showtime is definitely breaking forward. The army supply lead is there. And if he is able to keep chasing, this is very bad for herO. That 4 Immortal setup from Showtime is beasting. So much damage output. There's a second Immortal from herO. He does have the micro potential on the Prism. He kills an Immortal. That's massive. Can Showtime capitalize? He's going to realize, hey, maybe I should just chill a second and actually just finish off the Nexus first, go from there. He's obviously going to take a lead from this already, so he's going to be in a leading position. Doesn't want to throw it away being too aggressive without kind of doing the basics first. He's back to 4 Immortals. Force those Immortals into the Prism almost immediately. And again, we're just going to brute force our way onto this ramp right now. Showtime is sending it. herO supply block 37 supply to the 63. Showtime has the numbers at the moment, has what he needs to be the player to take a 1-0 lead in this semi-final. Showtime going to shade a few Adepts through. The Immortals going to pull back a little bit. herO will continue to try and micro against Showtime. Definitely putting the effort in to try and close this game out right now. So definitely trying to, like I say, make this happen or make this be done already. That gateway is obviously in some trouble as well. It's going to go down. Pylon still taking some shots. herO is going to say GG, and Showtime is going to take game 1 as the forward robo facility eventually comes through. Like I say, does not need to necessarily happen straight away. Showtime had some time to be patient. First bit of defense was really good from herO, but it was not a defense that was continuous because it was so reliant on the force fields, and eventually the force fields run out of energy. Then Showtime's numbers really showed up, and then the double down is that you bought a bunch of time as herO, but you didn't really get enough out of it, and then you're left with sentries that are out of energy, so they're really just not that great in that moment either. And like I say, at that point, everything kind of comes crumbling down around you, so GG. And we go to Taito Citadel for game number 2. Showtime leading 1-0 over herO. Looking for finals against Clem. Showtime Clem has been in finals a couple times in the WARDITV Mondays. So maybe today it's another one of those possibilities. Again, it is Tuesday, guys, just to make sure you're not getting freaked out and thinking what the hell's going on. We just weren't here yesterday, so Monday Cup got delayed by 1 day, and hence here we are today, bringing you guys the Monday action on a Tuesday. Always fun. Always, always enjoy explaining myself 10 times every stream that this is the case. As we have Showtime in the bottom right side, the red Protoss player. He is up a game in this series. Taking on the blue Protoss in the top left side of the map, it's going to be herO. Of course, Showtime in the bottom right with that 1-0 lead. Will he be able to maintain it? That is what we ask ourselves here. Very exciting. Alrighty, Proby's man about. Nothing too much going on just yet. Those gates coming about, assimilators coming through. Let's settle for a couple moments here and see where we can go. Couple gates coming about. Just going to be seeing the probes coming online. Chrono boost on the Nexus for a few moments. Getting that all settled in for a little bit. Again, the cyber core, the gates continuing by for now. And just getting set up here over these next couple of moments. So a lot of setting up, a lot of getting going. A lot of seeing where we can take things. Carson with a 123-month resub. Has Wardy talked about the big news yet? Yeah, I already announced that we are going to be moving the Monday Cup to Tuesdays more frequently to be of inconvenience to your daily plans. Specifically at short notice, that you get screwed over. I opened the stream talking about it. It was a big topic. Chat loves it. It's gonna be great. Going to be great. Probes, nibbling at probes for a couple moments as well, so they get in, they get active on each other for a little while. Nothing too crazy just yet. As yeah, the probe's gonna nibble in and do a little extra, like I say, nothing too wild, kind of what we'd expect to see for the first moment or so. Stargate gonna be the choice of herO. Starting to see those tech choices coming up, starting to understand where this game is going to actually head to over the next little bit. Country going to go nibbling away at the pylon, joined by the probe and the stalker, so damage being dealt, work being done for the moment. And the stalker just moves about for a couple seconds, so move that around a little bit and get set up. Again, that wall gate coming through for a little bit as well. Just going to bring that online. And yeah, get this in kind of into play so far. Get this going. See where we end up. Just going to see the next in the Twilight Council continue to build. And the Oracle moving about for a little bit extra as well. Stalker going to go back and forth. And Twilight Council, next coming through, Pro coming about, that Blink's still building. Oracle trying to activate onto the probes, not quite going to be able to land there, the couple Stalkers going to be there as well, Oracle will take a bit more damage. And a few shots coming in just for the moment. And Hallucination going to hit that Oracle for a little bit, so we're going to see a bit of damage on there. That'll add up for a few moments, nothing too crazy. Having the Oracle being tracked, of course, is nice just to know where it's coming in from, so having that little bit of info more than anything else is really quite positive. Just going to see those two Hallucinations coming around, the Oracle still there to try and move across a little further. And a couple Stalkers going to be there to hit the Oracle as well, trying to just find, again, those extra bits and pieces right now. Again, a couple stalkers. Moving about. And gap through for a second. It's like game hallucinations right now. Watching hallucinations move about here. I'm just going to be seeing that. Actually, little bits and pieces coming about. Moving through. Couple stalkers setting up a couple shots as well. Firing up some hits for a few moments. Get the rest of that on the way here as the Stalker Sentry pulls back over. And the blink continues to move through for now. Bringing that straight up. Hallucination in to take on some damage. Pulls off to the side as well. A couple gates, the Nexus. Again, a bit of everything else coming by as we speak here currently. And seeing where we go. Stalker Sentry all gathers in. It's going to be seen charging +1. Guardian Shield going to pop up onto the Stalkers. We're going to commit. Bam, bam, away we go. So we're sending it here as herO commits into Showtime. Showtime's Sentry's kind of left behind defensively. It's all because the Guardian Shield's obviously then a bit out of position. The Sentry's beginning to drop. The Oracle's going to go hunting in the main at the same time. Not going to do too much though. More shots coming through, and in the end, Showtime is going to defend this. He has the Immortal popping over. It's obviously going to be a major aid in the defense there as well. So that is going to be a big defense. It's going to be a big hold. Major positive at the end of all that. Resonating Glaive still coming online. Still getting set up just for now. Again, Immortal, the Stalkers all setting up. +1 in the Resonating Glaives building as we speak. So yeah, Showtime going to go Glaives. Obviously wants to try and hit a timing here as his opponent hits the point of this game where he gets to like Zealots. And so if you have Glaives up, the Zealots are not very effective. There's a time window where Glaive Adepts are just extremely efficient against your opponent's army. That does fade pretty quickly. So you got to be a little careful overall in all, considering that. And it's definitely something to think on. And there's a definite starting point usually, which looks pretty reasonable for you. As I'm not going to see that Glaive's the +1 coming up. Like I say, it's going to be go time for Showtime soon. herO perusing the map with these Stalkers. Going to give himself a chance to kind of keep an eye on everything and maybe possibly, like I say, be the one to still make some plays here shortly. See a couple shots coming about, a few hits coming straight through. We are going to be seeing a few Stalkers and the Adepts going back the other way, so a bit of damage coming back out. And return just for the moment as well. I'm just going to fight a little bit more damage being done. Getting some extra work done already here for a few moments. I mean, Showtime able to push up. Like I say, we'll see how far he can actually kind of take this, though. Going to be a big part of the question, I would say, in the next little while. For your Adepts warping in. Just for a moment or so as well. Get that set up into place. And yeah, just going to see Showtime not full sending it yet, but like I say, there should definitely be a bit of a go moment soon from him. Sooner rather than later, you would expect to see him kind of committing for an attempt to deal some more damage. Oh my man, Black Spade Kamui, how you doing? 17-month resub on the Prime, you're back. I was going to say, that's a name I've not seen in a hot second. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for the resub. Great to see you, man. Thanks so much for priming us up. Good to see you back. Base trade taking place as herO's across the map, Showtime's across the map. herO's army, in theory, is much worse than a base trade because Adepts are not going to base trade well. But what does kind of happen here for Showtime in a base trade that's positive is that he maybe potentially maintains the stage of this, or the state of this game, where you kind of maintain the state of this game where you maybe are kind of Adepts versus the Zealots for a bit longer. So that part might be good. You can see herO trying to fight this now. Showtime and a supply lead. Can he maintain it? Can he keep it up? Is going to be the big question mark here. It's going to be seeing the Adepts continue to fight and continue to try and trade through. Looking for more and more at the moment. Trying to get a little extra done. Trying to find some more opportunities. A massive stasis ward on those Adepts going to hold this off, giving herO more time to recover. Both players on 46 to 48 workers. herO did finish a +2 attack upgrade, which is going to be pretty sizable as well, though, so that part's a little rough. If you're on the Showtime side of things here, let's see if we can recover. A few Adepts are going to try and shade through once again already. As you are going to be seeing Showtime, just going to say GG. He does not have enough, apparently. The Adepts fading off. Man, there's a moment there I definitely believed in what herO was doing, but not quite in the end. GG's, and we are going to have ourselves a victory screen for herO, which means we go to a game 3. We go to a deciding map between herO and Showtime. I'll get that on the way in just a couple of moments, guys, and kick this off. Stasis. Yeah, Stasis is strong, but like at the same time, I think Showtime's army was not necessarily made to kind of win the game when there was so many Stalkers out from herO. Felt like herO actually had a very good composition against what was going on there, so... Old Republic will be a game 3. Is it Central West week or is it West Central week? It's West Central week, so herO does get server preference for game 3. Alright, 1-1 tied up. A decided map coming through in just a couple of moments here. This PvP ready to resume for you all. Getting this one kicked off in the next few moments. Counting down and kicking away. Old Republic coming on through. Let's jump into game 3, semi-finals here on the WARDITV Mondays brackets on a Tuesday. As we have got in the top right corner, the red Protoss player, Showtime. Not able to capitalize on the 1-0 lead, but maybe he can still get it done. We will find out as we go game 3 here now of this series. herO bottom left, that blue Protoss. And away we go. Any interest in the tabletop game? The pre-order's in half now. Is that why everyone's asking me today? I see. That makes so much sense now. I was going to say, so many people have asked me about it today specifically. No, I have zero interest. Absolutely none. I really don't as well. I feel like it's the kind of thing maybe I should be, but like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm just not into that stuff. I'm not into the painting and stuff, and yeah. Don't know. I'm just not in. I just think I'd buy it and it would just sit in boxes. So I think it would sit in boxes. It'd be cool to have some, like, if someone painted them, it'd be cool to have a set, because then, like, for display it'd probably be pretty cool. But to actually, like, paint them myself and stuff, I'm not sure I'm vibing on that one. Barely have the time to do the hobbies I already have. The last thing I need to do is to try and add more on top of it. No, Cybercore gates coming up. We've seen the robot selling a couple of depths going through, so we get that on the way. Get that going for now. And yeah, forward robo from here is he's going to be the one to proxy a robo for game 3 of this series. That really is the kind of crazy thing about PvP is, like, at any point in the series, anyone can build a proxy robo, and it's just so normal. A couple of depths coming about, see what they can maybe try and do. And present a couple stalkers coming around as well. Get that set up. Just going to be seeing the adepts from herO moving forward. I mean, herO is sorry, Showtime is on a Stargate, so he's going to get an Oracle that can harass a little, maybe get some defensive stasis wards down if he needs the defense instead. Definitely some options right now. Adepts will try and shade through. That's going to commit. This is nice from Showtime. Going to get in for some damage. I mean, this already puts herO in a bit of a backflip position, right? Some workers missing for him. Not ideal. 4 workers going down in total already, so big damage done to start us off. Adept coming over is going to see the robot just in case we weren't aware about it. There is the commitment through from Adepts and the Prism on the other side already. The Prism nearly goes down. That would have been disastrous for herO. That takes away a lot of your potential early. Already now, it being kind of low HP takes away some of your potential, right? Because it makes you feel a lot worse about kind of where we go from here. Prism warps in, another Stalker. Gateway and the Probe still coming through. A couple of Adepts at the front there going to be hanging about. Fire a few more shots off, a few more hits coming in. Prism still stepping through once again here from here at the moment. Stalks on the high ground trying to play a defense. Gonna get there to hold off on that position. One moment or two. Stalks and the sentries then will get back to work, just picking their way through the gateways. And so herO taking advantage of what you typically get to do as the proxying player, which is being in the forward position and hence grabbing these gates and so working through that. Again, Gateway, Prism continue to come up at the moment. It's going to be seeing the extra few Adepts warping in once again. We're looking to stay aggressive here. Showtime building an extra gate, now his own Prism. Of course, herO could just sit here and kind of deny the expansion of Showtime and kind of expand himself. herO is going to build a Stargate, and Showtime's already on a Stargate, remember? And he's actually going to start building Phoenix to chase the Prism down, maybe lift some key units as well. It's going to get interesting, the fact they're both going to have a Stargate and going to start building Phoenix late in this game. It's wild. Adepts will just shade into the main, but not going to commit. There's too many units there. You shade into that. You might kill some pros, but you lose a lot of your Adepts, and there's not really a way out for them. Nice to have the threat, though, because it really does keep Showtime pinned back. Immortal pops out. Still just cranking Immortals here. Is it not just time for herO just to throw the expansion down? Like, he's setting up as though he still believes there's more to be done aggressively, and I don't really agree with that sentiment. I don't think there's more to be done aggressively. I think you hold this position, you take your expansion, and every moment you're not expanding now is a moment that you're falling behind when you could have been expanding. Showtime, funnily enough, 30 probes to 22 is going to give him a bit of an income lead. It's not going to be a lot because obviously probes oversaturate and it's diminishing returns, but you are going to see, what, 100 to 200 mineral income bonus for Showtime? So him actually having like 3 workers per patch instead of just the 2 is actually going to have an impact right now. It's funny, this is something we actually found out when Alpha Star was a thing. Because Alpha Star, when it would play PvP, would actually, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I'm pretty sure Alpha Star would typically in PvP 1 base versus 1 base continue to build probes beyond the point of saturation. A lot of people would always cut at like 16 or so, which is just, you know, most optimized saturation, but Alpha Star decided it was worth going to 24 probes. Something then became a thing. People were like, oh, that actually is kind of more effective than we thought. And that's kind of what's happening here. Showtime just on their 1 base versus the 1 base, but mining more, and is now 20 supply ahead in this game. This is interesting, because now Showtime's going to come the other way, and he's just going to say, well, I actually think I've been out mining you despite us having the same base count. And right now, those Phoenix from herO not going to necessarily help. Robo will go down. The Prism's going across the map with a couple of Adepts. We'll see if that can find a way to deal some damage here. Looking to move in already. Just going to see a warp in immediately. Obviously, from Adepts might fall. I think Showtime's going to send it, though, because if there's no Prism on the other side of the map, then he's not going to have micro potential. So that's huge. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Phoenix are a bit scary maybe, but I think we just sent it here. You've got Phoenix of your own, so you can fight against those Phoenix a little bit yourself anyway. There we go, lifting up one of the Immortals. Your own Immortals are going to get lifted. Like I say, the Phoenix will take a lot of units out of the fight. Stalkers will start to work on the Phoenix to knock them down. Relifting here. The Phoenix going to fight the Phoenix in the skies too. Showtime up a little bit of army supply. It is dipping away. These Immortals need to come into play a little bit extra. We have another Phoenix showing up as well. We are going to win the fight in the skies in the end here in Showtime maybe. A couple of Phoenix left, but they're not going to do much else. And now you're going to see the fact that we still have 2 Immortals being a major factor. I say he's going to win the fight in the sky. Not really true. The 2 Phoenix do live from herO, but they're out of energy, not able to do much else, and obviously not winning this game for you. Like I said, I think missing the Prism here is a big deal for herO. Not having had that at home was a big factor. And you're going to get rid of this Immortal. There's still 2 more Immortals, so again, it's like, good job, Phoenix. You did a thing, but that's all you're going to do. Showtime is going to take it, and we have a European Finals in the WARDITV Mondays 77. European finals. When was the last time we had an all-Europe final? We had a Korean runner-up, Korean. We had Trigger versus Clem, Korea. Max backs Clem in edition 64, which was one of the ones that Clem made the finals of, but did not win since his last victory. Like I say, Clem has not won a Monday Cup since October. He will play Showtime, who has not won a WARDITV Monday Cup since July. He last won against Clem in Monday's 44 in the finals, where he went, I believe that was a 3-2 victory. And he has played Clem in the finals since then, edition 50 as well. And he was in the finals against Bunny in edition 70, you might remember. Today it's going to be Europe versus Europe. It's going to be Clem versus Showtime in the grand final of today's WARDITV Monday 77. So Clem, Showtime coming up. We'll on over to EU and get ready over there for this best of 5 final, guys. So look at this setup. I'm going to take a quick step away. I'll be right back in a couple minutes, and we come back. Clem, Showtime on the way. Hello, hello guys, welcome back. Clem Showtime coming up. Alright. TVP final. Clem and Showtime. Like I say, last time they played a final, edition 50 back in September. I like it when we get to go through the history of these matches and talk about Monday history and stuff. It's always very fun. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Showtime PvP is pretty good. Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah, it is. Sorry guys, I'll be 1 second again. Give me 2 seconds and I'll be back with you. Alrighty, welcome back. We are going into Showtime Clem. Tourmaline going to be the opening game of our finals today. Ready to take this one away. Ready to rock and roll. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Showtime readies. Waiting for Clem to ready. Like I say, a European-based final today is kind of fun. Something we don't always get. Let's do this, guys. Let's send it heading into Tourmaline for map 1. I hope you're all having a good day. Just a little sellout to start us off, I guess. Obviously, once again, if you're enjoying the tournament, enjoying the WARDITV events in general lately, do consider checking out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WARDITV. 100% of everything pledged on Patreon goes directly into SC2 tournament prize pool. So check it out. Helps us out massively. Allows us to keep on running these events for you guys. And yeah, we appreciate that support. Again, that's patreon.com/WARDITV. Really appreciate it if you check it out. Thank you so much for listening. For a few seconds as we head into the top right side of Tourmaline for game number 1 of this best of 5 final. Team Liquid's Clem has struggled in these events lately, but finally he's back and ready to play a final for the first time since October. No, he's not won since October. He played a final last time January 6th. It has been 2 whole months. Just a very long time for our most winning player of all time in the WARDITV Mondays, Clem, to have not won one, never mind to have not been in a final. But yeah, just been struggling a little bit lately. Again, Showtime. He plays here. He is in the bottom left, the red Protoss player. Has been in the finals of Monday Cup 17. He last won one back in WARDITV Mondays 44 in July. So it's been a long time, but the last time he won was against Clem in the final. It was a 3-2 victory. So that is kind of our story going into this one. Clem has had a winning record against Showtime as of late. The last time he lost to Showtime was in September. As since then, he went 2-0 in the WARDITV 2025 Championship. 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1, and 3-1 in Home Story Cup. And then most recently, WARDITV Mondays 75 a couple of weeks back. Clem took Showtime down 2-1 in the round of 16. They played early in that week, so that is their recent history. It's all been Clem. Showtime's been able to take maps. He's been able to push him a little bit to the limits. He's not been able to take games, though. He's not been able to actually get W's at the end of the day, and yeah, that part is pretty important. Actually getting the wins on the board is pretty necessary. Otherwise, you don't really do much winning. Believe it or not. Otherwise, you don't really do much winning. Please say Demauer. Demauer. Yes, Demauer. The wall himself. Here he is. He probably comes through, still coming about. Again, factory command center coming up for a couple moments. This station just going to pop, just going to be heading out through the middle of the map here. Again, the Stalker, the Warp Gate, and the Twilight Council continue to come by for a little bit. Again, Helene and the Marine coming over. Just going to see the starport building. Twilight on the way. That hallucination still going to the top right side here, just initially to get us started on this. The little bit of activity coming around with that hallucination bopping around. A few Marines are going to be there to try and get involved as well. And obviously just some scouting as Showtime plays into a blink-based opener here off the two bases as Clem moves to his starport toward the tech lab. Going to pull that over there for a couple of seconds as well. And yeah, Marines get rid of the hallucination. And for the moment, on we go. Raven on the way, a couple of Marines. Again, there's the robot facility, the gate, the blink coming through. Add a couple of probes into the mix there as well. That's everything that's on the way up at the moment as the gate's just going to morph on in. And yeah, robot facility, that blink coming online. Pylon the assimilator coming through as well. So far, so good. We need to get this settled down as, yeah, the siege tank and a couple of Marines will continue to produce as we speak. So we continue to get that going as well. So far, so good. Hallucination just going to takes a step over, so moving there for a little bit. And again, tank the Marines, the barracks all coming online. And this Raven heading back down toward the bottom side for a little bit as well. It's just going to be, yeah, moving on over there, trying to see what's potentially going to take place. The few Stalkers are on their map, so it's going to be aggression time from Showtime. Blink finishing, Prism on the way. We'll take a third base behind this. 3 gates of pressure for a few more moments. Auto turret shooting, a couple probes going down. Marines still going to fight defensively. We lose a couple workers so far, nothing too crazy just yet. The Stalkers still taking a little bit of extra damage. We'll see the Impact Combat Shield and +1 building through, the Nexus Battery and so coming up, Dark Shrine building as well. Raven just going to sit there against Impact Combat Shield and the +1 all still building. Marine Marauder Medevac coming through, Dark Shrine and the Nexus coming online alongside a couple of probies. And the Dark Shrine especially kind of fun, but got to make sure that this Raven ideally doesn't get back home then, because then the Dark Shrine gets shut down a lot. If it gets stuck there for a while, it could be cool. And the Stalkers just gather up, a couple more of them coming through. Stim Combat and the +1 continue to come around. You see that Raven coming about against him, and the combat shield still coming through for a couple of moments here. Yeah, that's a lot of Stalkers just gathering up. The Prism going to be right there along with this. You're going to see Charge and the extra gates coming online as well. A little bit of bio just going to be there. We fire up a little bit, so we're going to push back the Stalkers for a few moments. The Stalkers get turned to run. Clem is going with a lot of bio units right now. This is where the charge is necessary. If you don't have charge here, you're going to really struggle because you need these elves to start tanking for this army. Stalkers blinking back pretty nicely. We lose 1 or 2. Generally speaking, not bad at all as we pull back away here. Stalkers continue to blink away, trying to get out of trouble. The Bio's still chasing them. A couple more of those Stalkers have already fallen. Charge about to complete. 2 more Stalkers in production. We scan up once again. The Bio army pushing in. The tanks will begin to siege. And we just have ourselves the couple of batteries on the production tab as well. The rest of the bio continues to come through. Those tanks all coming up. A lot of that coming by at the moment. Bio coming around. Just going to be seeing the Nexus. Going to get jumped on as well. So this is the issue. So far I've not seen anything from Showtime that suggests he's actually going to be able to make a really solid cleanup on this army, you know? Like, right now that does seem to just be the kind of issue that we're having. This army is a bit too strong. The Zealot count's not there. We're missing splash damage, of course, from this. The splash damage at this point in the game is not uncommon. As we accidentally just walk into this for a second, that's not ideal either. Missing the splash damage is not uncommon, but you then need to have like the Zealots or so to kind of be able to deal with this. Zealots across the map are going to get some workers as well, so we are going to find some damage there. In they go, and as the Prism gets active. So that's going to be a big factor. Just going to be seeing the rest of the bio coming through. 9 SCVs going down. The rest of the Marine Marauder coming about. Widow Mine coming up. Just going to see the 2 mines going to drop in down this left-hand side. A couple of Zealots warping in. A couple of Stalkers warping in. And we are going to be seeing the old Widow Mines. Bam, bam for 4 probes. Nice to get a bit of damage done. Still seeing the rest of the bio coming across. Auto turrets will drop into place. Widow Mines going to try and shoot their way through these Stalkers. Tanks are firing back. The bio army is looking massive. And with 1-1 to 0-0 upgrades, this game feels like it's all about Clem already. Clem looking great in an opening game. Showtime will just fall. And like I say, I felt like Showtime just never quite got to the numbers he was truly in need of to see victory screens at the end of this opening game. So that is going to be that, and we'll move to a second map as soon as these guys are ready. That was a pretty speedy one from Clem, just convincing, 9 minutes. And once he started pushing with that bio army, it did not look like Showtime had an answer to it, and it did not look like he was suddenly going to find an answer to it either. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Alright, we will jump in a second, get ready to go. Showtime has elected to not join the lobby. I'm sure he will do soon. We'll get game number 2 ready to go. Yeah, that really just went wrong for Showtime. See if we can fix that up. We know he can be very competitive against Clem, although the recent series have not really gone his way at all. We know he can be competitive, so we'll see if that's something that comes about, perhaps. Get this ready to go. Ready to go. Bada 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 ba 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 ba. So waiting for Showtime, guys, while we wait for him. Just a quick mention to check out the new sponsor that we have on the channel, Call of Dragons, !COD in the Twitch chat. It's one of those sponsors where if you get involved and play the game, we get paid. So anytime you guys install the game, or if you hit the first few levels, we get paid for each of those things. So do consider checking it out, !COD in the chat. It's going to be live for the next 2 to 3 weeks, so you'll have 2 to 3 weeks to watch and enjoy and play. And like I say, we'll be streaming it on stream. Maybe we do. I'm tempted to do a bit tomorrow. Maybe we do a little bit tomorrow, because tomorrow's going to be a shorter StarCraft stream. So maybe we do an hour tomorrow already. Then maybe we do more, some more next week as well. I think we'll split it into 2 1-hour chunks. All right. In the bottom right side, it's going to be our blue Terran player. It's going to be Team Liquid's Clem, up 1-0 in this best of 5. And in the top left, our red Protoss will be Showtime as we are conclusion of today's event. Let's see what will happen. Gate simulator coming by and just get settled in for a couple of moments here as we build into place. Refinery in the barracks coming through. Get that up and running. Away we go. Chrono boosting on the Nexus for a little bit. So we get settled down here, see where we go to, see what happens. Racks going through, gas coming in. So far so good. Fall behind against Clem, you won't give you recovery time. Just push, push, push. Yeah. So the problem with Clem is, like, Clem's macro is always so on point. It's like, you got to be absolutely perfect to be seeing success there. You know, if you're not perfect, you're ending up in trouble, basically, is the TLDR of the situation, so... Yep, that's a very true statement. Clem is pretty beastie. He's pretty beastie, to say the least. Septical coming through, Nexus coming up. Get ourselves settled down for a little bit. Try to see where we're gonna go. Let's see the Adept trying to fight. Reaper is going to get chased a little bit, trying to see what else is going on. I was going to see the Reaper trying to fight. Pylon taking some damage. Let's see the couple of Reapers pulling back. The Adept chasing away for a couple of seconds. Just going to be seeing the back and forth of the Reapers. Trying to kill him through for a moment. We're going to see one Reaper going down. We do kill an Adept in the end, so it's not all fruitless or anything. Fairly reasonable little situation to play from. As we continue through, just going to see the Oracle and Warp Gate still building up. Getting set up here as well. Big. Gets into the main base at least, I guess. So having one Reaper alive still annoying, and this is going to be frustrating. The proxy from Showtime is going to crank out its first Oracle, so the Oracle on the map. No defense at home. He's losing a ton of probes, and this is not a pretty starting point if you're playing against Clem. This Oracle has to do work. Cyclone's not ready, so there's an opportunity. A couple of Marines do show up. They're going to try and slow things down. Going to see a few SCVs dropping. Oracle pulls across over to the natural expansion. Oracle activate, another SCV gets picked away at. Just going to see Twilight Warp Gate continuing through for a couple of moments. Continuing to get set here. A couple Marines coming about. There's that medevac with a couple units in. So we get 4 SCVs. It makes up for some of the damage taken, but you would have much rather had these 4 SCVs without this kind of damage being done to you, right? Because now those 4 SCVs kind of even things up, and you've committed the Stargate onto the map. We're actually going to proxy the next structure here as well. Going to be one of the gateways going down. So Showtime is looking to be very aggro, and again, I do think that's just a sign of kind of what we've been seeing recently, which is that Clem has kind of dominated Showtime a lot, and so Showtime's maybe trying to switch it up a little bit and do things differently. Just can't seem to get a kind of a heads up on kind of getting into these games with Clem at times. It's been very frustrating for him. Very tough, and at this point it does feel as though that's kind of where we're headed right now as well. Rax, tank, a couple of Marines come through. Just going to be seeing the blink on the way. The Chrono Boost still being utilized here. And there's a couple extra barracks, and the SCVs will come about as we speak. So continuing with those just for the moment to get that on the way. Oracle's going to set up the stasis wards. The medevac going to come boosting back down to the bottom side. It's going to be peeling away there. Here in the engineering bay, the barracks coming about, the SCVs, the tank, the Marines all coming through. Stimpack is producing. That blink in the Nexus coming up as well. So Showtime trying to get set into some tech behind this. Obviously, opening with the Stargate means blink is later than usual. Will he be able to... I mean, what does he use the gateway for? I'm actually very curious. Like, what do we try and utilize this gateway for? What is the idea of that? Going to see the Stalkers and the Adepts pulling back around, the Oracles as well, pulling back over for a couple of moments. We're seeing the units pulling back down the bottom right side, the Medevac still moving over for a couple of moments as well. Marines is going to chase forward. Medevac very nearly going down. Just staying alive. This first push of Showtime is not going anywhere. Man, this is... I feel like this is going to be very similar to what we just saw in the last game, where Clem's about to just take this kind of early game, kind of little bit of momentum, and just run it across the map with stimmed units, a bunch of Marauders to help against these Stalkers, and I feel like we're not far away from seeing just an absolute collapse in this game from Showtime. He's going to blink in the main. Oracles do not get the... Cyclones, sorry, do not get the Oracles, but we're going to get multiple Stalker kills. So, yeah, I think that just kind of builds into the same sort of position. Oracles activate, a couple of SCVs keep going down. We are going to be seeing the Stasis Ward catching a bunch of bio on the low ground as well. We'll just be seeing the rest of this coming through. It's going to be seeing... And the Oracle's big. I mean, 7 SCVs is definitely something to help Showtime out. His worker count's great, 20 workers up, but he's got 20 army supply to the freaking to the freaking 70 of Clem. Clem already with the drop across the map, going to do a bunch of the damage the Oracles just did. Then going to load and go into the main, force the recall. Now you walk across the map, can't really be stopped. This Marines is going to go in after all those probes, man. They're just going to keep sending it. 14 workers going down. The Stalkers keep on trading. Marines keep on picking those probes off. 19 workers killed. That is a scan for the DT, and a game that's going to end. Clem looking for a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Just like that. These early games are just not going Showtime's way. I know Showtime can be so good when it gets to the later stages against Clem, but he's just not getting through the early to mid phase in any sort of a comfortable situation. And that is what's basically saying that these games do not even get much of a chance to get off the ground at the moment. And hence a 2-0 lead for Clem after, what, two games that are 9 minutes or less pretty much. Being pretty brutal so far. Clem just, yeah, getting good positions and just going for it. Since when Showtime cheating like a madman? I wonder if it's just because he can't seem to get into a good position against Clem lately. He's just trying to mix it up a bit. Like I say, he's lost like 7 series in a row against Clem currently. Is the streak that he's on. So let's see. As we jump into White Rabbit here for game number 3. Clem with a 2-0 lead and looking for his first Monday Cup victory since October. I really can't believe it's been so long. Life was different in October, man. You know, things have changed since then. It really has been so long. It's crazy. Crazy business. All right, let's get this going. We had to see how dominant here in Classic are against Clem as compared to other Protosses. Yeah, it's really weird right now because I feel like Clem against a lot of Protoss plays is so solid, and he plays Classic. Max Pax as well right now as well, I think it's fair to say at the moment. Max Pax also seems to have that like herO and Classic element against Clem too. They're just able to kind of deal very well with him. That's interesting. I wonder if Clem... Okay. I wonder if Clem is more confident later game against players like Zaun and Showtime, so he doesn't do as many of the early pushes, which kind of allow players like Max Pax, Classic, and herO to kind of shut him down and kind of go from there, you know? I wonder if that's maybe a factor. Barracks SCV coming up, gate in the probe coming through for a few moments. Get this on the way. Game 3 of this best of 5, and it is absolutely do or die time here from Clem. From Showtime, sorry. Clem is doing a lot of doing. He's not dying at all. And racks on the gas coming up and gets that here for a couple of moments. But yeah, it does feel as though we got to do something to kind of mix up the formula right now as Showtime. If we don't mix up this formula, this is surely going to turn out to be disastrous. Guess we find out soon. Proby's nibbling at the barracks. Damage being done for a little bit of time. And then we just get started there. As the Reaper is going to be on its way through as well. It's just going to get that set up. herO working for the moment. And off we go. Off we go. Next in the Cybercore, both built in. Reaper in the factory coming up and online. This Reaper of Clem will work its way down to the bottom left-hand side for the moment, so it's going to step through. Stalker about to pop out. Sentry also on its way in at the moment. Yeah, Warp Gate building through. Nexus coming up. And got a lot of that started for the next couple of seconds here. Get this all on the way through for the moment. Starport coming up as well. Just going to see the reactor coming through too. Well, Hallucination steps over, the Hellion joins in. Do you have the Twilight Council coming around for a little bit? I see the Reaper and the Hellion getting in, look and try and see what's going on. Just gonna see the couple Stalkers and the Sentry together. We'll get some damage done. Some work being made in those early moments there, so a bit of damage being dealt already. Got a blink upgrade on the way through, of course, so Showtime going to stick to the blink for a potentially final game of this series if he doesn't turn this around. Medevac coming over, Raven coming through, a couple of SCVs, the barracks coming up, add an interference matrix on it as well, so you can see where this game is kind of going. A couple of Marines going to jump onto Hallucination there. Marines going to shoot, Hallucination take shots. The Marines still across this map, going down. This really was a pretty damning start from Clem this time around. Medevac down, Cyclone, the Marines down. The entire early game just kind of goes completely wrong for him, basically. So this is, you know, opportunity for maybe Showtime to step into this series and to turn it around a little bit. Going to be seeing the stim back, the tank, the Marine continue coming through just for a couple of moments. So see the Stalker's going to try and fight. I see that charge on the Temple Archives coming up. There's the bunker down though. Follow-up from this is already looking pretty reasonable. Again, Stim Combat +1 coming about, Temple Archives, the gates all coming up as well. A lot of that coming through. Again, Temple Archives, gates, the charge coming to come about right now. Seeing the storm building also. Take a few moments, set this all up. And the few Stalkers just sat at the front waiting for that chance to get involved here, maybe. Raven moving about, tanks and the Marines all gathering together. So I'd say that hallucination will take a few shots as well, so a couple hits coming in on that straight away. Seeing the against impact combat shield and the +1 continue to build through for the moment. Bio gathering again, a couple tanks just setting up. Marines and the Marauders all coming through as well. A lot of that still on the way by just for these couple of seconds, and we just have the Raven going to come for a little bit of a move through, heading down to the bottom side of the map and seeing if I can go and do anything serious. I mean, Showtime's going to get on the map with his Prism as well, also looking for the opportunity. Prism just moving up again, that Nexus settling down. Seeing what we can do here. One upgrades will start from Showtime, so he's just going to double forge it up, and you know, those medevacs will continue to produce through. 1-1 on the way on the side of Showtime, as mentioned. So you have the storm drop. Didn't drop a second storm. He actually leaves a Templar behind, so unfortunately not maybe the best executed storm drop we've seen, as the bio will try and step up a second. Storm going to come down again. Scary moment or so as we go for a few mine shots as well, and some storms trying to lock in a little bit further. So just going to charge up. Stalker's going to blink through. Just going to be seeing the tank going down. Another storm coming in. Marauders taking a few more shots. We are going to be seeing that storm zoning very nicely at the moment as the Stalkers continue over this left-hand side. Showtime looking to jump on this base and keep jumping on it. Again, good early game from Showtime has led us to this situation right now, which is looking pretty potent. We're just going to be seeing the storm still coming through there. And Clem just going to have to say GG. We are going to see Showtime fighting back in this finals. First game able to, in this series, look good for him from the start, and he immediately goes his way after. We will get some back and forth on the finals in the end. It will not just be a 3-0 sweep, guys. So, the fourth map coming up. Clem still on match point, and Showtime will need a couple more to get the win here today. Can he get it done? Sweet, let's do this. Let's jump into a game. Number 4. Clem in the bottom side will be again the player who is absolutely just on the verge of seeing victory here. Needs some map, but Showtime gets a bit of momentum on his side and maybe gives him some confidence. We'll see if it helps him get into the next couple games here. Get ready to go. Kind of rough though if Showtime needs like super strong early games to have a fighting chance, right? Because that's not going to come around every single time. So that's something else to kind of think on. Probe just moves for a moment or so. Next is coming about. Get this on the way. Couple SCVs will go after the probe for a few moments as well. So just get that on the go. Get that working. Get this started to begin with. Go. Nexus coming through. The command set in the factory coming about as well for a little bit. Getting set and ready to roll. Obviously, peaceful first few moments. Get this started off. We're just gonna fight. Probe will take some damage. And so you see the reactor and the factory all coming online. Just gonna see the Reaper hopping up into the main base to put some work in. Away we go. But obviously not too much to be done. Stalker nearby, so the defense is reasonably quick to come about. So far, so good. Yeah, Reaper coming by. Stalker is going to be there to chase the Reaper away for a couple of moments. So again, we push that back for a little bit. And starport building, Marines on the way. And the hallucination moving over. And Twilight Council, a couple of gates building by as well. So you see a lot of where this game is going to. See a lot of how the initial setup is looking. A couple of Widow Mines popping out of the factory and is all going to just join up together. Obviously, you got the medevac here shortly to try and take those mines across the map. So we'll be keeping some big eyes on that more than likely, and continue to see where everything else goes for us as well in these next few moments. Again, SCVs, the mine, the medevac, the Marines all producing through. Next we'll get on to the third location, so get that started up. Again, a couple of Stalkers in the center coming by there. The Blink coming online, get that ready to rumble. Away we go. Splint coming through, medevac and the Marine coming up. Just seeing our Stalker and Sentry gathering on the right side. Showtime setting up with all of those. It's time for us to commit through with the initial little bit of pressure. Widow Mine shots coming about. Medevac is going to be there, and there is our journey across the map. Alright, medevac is going to boost over, a couple mines going to be there. Stim in the +1 will continue to produce through. Yeah, a couple probes, very reasonable so far. Not bad at all. Yeah, not bad at all, just as we settle into this. Just going to be seeing a few Marines getting through, going to pick a hallucination. The Stalker's going to catch these Marines kind of in the open. In theory, these Stalkers just get free pickoffs here, because these Marines don't have stim and they don't have any support. So for now, the Stalkers just trade well. They get a bunch of free picks. Obviously, it costs them some shields, a little bit of HP as well, but we can continue to regenerate that. Not the HP, but the shields. In general, that should be kind of fine. That's a Widow Mine drop, which... Yeah, Showtime, I felt like almost gave up on trying to properly deal with in the end. I feel like he had so much time to split the probes away still, but... He was just starting to look at other things. I think he's back on the bottom side of the map, actually back poking these Marines. Because there's so much value for him here while there's no freaking bunker or anything. Although now he's not watching these Stalkers either. And that becomes a little bit excessive as we're back to dealing with other things. Probes off the mineral line got to be fixed as well. It's got very chaotic where... from the spectator's perspective, it didn't feel like it needed to be chaotic, but obviously not like that from the player's point of view there. Bio and Medevac joined up together. The Stalker's coming over. One Marine will go down. Just continue to poke up for a moment. Charging the +1, still coming over. Templar Archives coming through as well. The Bio getting through there. Stalker going to get grabbed. A couple Stalkers being picked at. And do end up escaping out of here and just backing it up for a couple seconds. Bio's still trying to chase those Stalkers for the moment or two, so a bit more being done. This hallucination. You can see another Medevac coming his way, so this time the Stalker's going to blink in quickly. Doesn't kill the Medevac, but it stops it from dropping, so not going to get the damage we were maybe hoping for this time as Clem. At the front, we are going to pick off another couple Stalkers. In the end, I felt like Showtime started off trading very well. I did not love how the trades continued for him. And, you know, losing a lot of Stalkers in the end, and so resource loss in this game does favor Showtime, mind you. He's actually only lost 8 Stalkers. It's a cancelled 4th base. Wouldn't mind good on the Zealots. Clem did lose a lot of Marines. Obviously, we didn't see everything because the miner drop was going on while some of those Stalker trades were happening too. Showtime's supply is down, but stable, I guess, if he has enough Zealots to kind of, you know, keep these Stalkers alive from this point on, and he's getting to Storm. Then this game state actually probably becomes a pretty fun, somewhat playable scenario overall. As you can see, the Stalker's actually blinking through. Get rid of these Medevacs would be great, but just missing a Stalker or two to kind of really one-shot the Medevacs would have been really nice to one-shot through them. Would have made this a whole lot simpler. Still the Zealots in the front, and against a Marauder-heavy army, the Zealots are going to absolutely feast because they just don't die very quickly to Marauders. So as long as it's kind of Marauder-focused, you're having a very good time here as Showtime. The Zealots keep charging through onto this Widow Mine. Doesn't really matter for the moment either. You can eat a couple of those, and the Stalkers continue to chase as well. Still going after the Bio, though. Didn't actually manage to continue targeting down some of those Medevacs we'd originally been trying. Now we have Storm available. Going to bring the Medevac over to drop some mines into play. Widow Mines are going to blow up the Medevacs as they get some Zealots too, of course, but yeah, we're going to see the Widow Mines actually try and chase forward. Another few Zealots going to come in, try and absorb those mine shots. They will clean out the Zealots, but more Zealots just warped in. High Templars will choose to morph to the Archon here. No energy on them. Showtime down half the army supply of Clem as Clem just keeps on trading. Excuse me, sorry, 65 workers apiece, so Clem has the eco advantage, and it's kind of shown with the unit he just keeps showing back up with. Resources lost has swung in Clem's favor over the past minute or so from a deficit to an advantage, and with that, it does seem like Clem is holding his own in this game. Again, with no High Templars left right now, he just walked one in, energy recharges. I was going to say, we don't have Storm available. Without Storm, this does start to feel like maybe a lost cause for Showtime, so seeing that one additional High Templar actually feels very good at the moment. Feels like we get back on the right track a little bit. Another Widow Mine shot connecting through. A couple of Zealots will be picked away at. The Stalkers, the High Templar still going back the other way. This Bio army still trying to chase upward as well. Also still just trying to get in position, make something happen here for a couple of moments. Bio going to fight. Stalker's going to take some shots. We are going to see this army continue to go. We've seen a couple more Warpins coming through here. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still getting jumped on. It's not going to be enough from Showtime. Man, I thought he had some momentum in this game. I thought he had something going his way, and it just wasn't there in the end. Clem is going to claim the 3-1 victory. Clem will move through as a WARDITV Monday champion for the 22nd time. And his first time in what has been, like 20 editions? Like I say, it's been so long since Clem won this. He last won in edition 57. Yeah, 20 editions since Clem won one of these tournaments. Which is by far and away the longest he went without winning one of these, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Crazy. Absolutely crazy business. Clem, getting it done today. Back to a victory screen for him in the WARDITV Mondays. All we needed was to move it to a Tuesday 4-day. Who knew? Alright guys, I appreciate you all watching. It's been a fun one, 4.5 hours of StarCraft today. We will be back tomorrow with the WARDITV Team League. Now, it's not going to be quite as exciting as I originally thought it would be for the first day. Let me show you guys what will happen. So, Team League tomorrow, unfortunately, will just be a single matchup because, I guess this is the best use, because we had to reschedule a couple matches because of the GSL event that came around. So, tomorrow you will be watching Basilisk versus Stalny Balls, which is going to be Goblin, Raynor, Serral, and Trigger versus GG Machine, Nikorek, Shameless, and Yakov. The matches are actually already up here. If you want to check this out, it is on Liquipedia, and we are updating matches as they get announced. So, tomorrow you will see the following games: Serral versus Nikorek, Raynor versus GG Machine, Goblin and Serral versus GG Machine and Shameless, Goblin versus Shameless, Trigger versus Yakov, and Serral Trigger versus Shameless Yakov is going to be what happens tomorrow. So yeah, this is all happening tomorrow, guys. Like I said, there was meant to be multiple series tomorrow, but that will not happen anymore. So apologies for that. But we will obviously bring you guys more Team League the day after. So on the 12th, we actually have 4 matches of Team League. You can see it's a bit of a comparison. Some of these are not going to be completely played. The Spirit games won't play, but everything else will. So we're going to have some great games. So you'll be able to watch Geralt Down, Alaza, Christiana, Ryung, Maru against Geralt. Then in Shopify Rebellion, this one's great. Bjorn versus Maru, Hearthstone versus Christiana. Bjorn and Lambo take on Christiana and Ryung. Lambo versus Zaun, Bjorn versus Ryung, and then Hearthstone Lambo versus Maru and Zaun. That's going to be a banger. This one's a banger too. These two as well. The villains of SC2 is Solar, Max Pax, and freaking Percival. So these are all some great games. Beyond Solar, Scarlet Max Pax. Max Pax against Alaza. Like I say, the Spirit games will not be played, guys. They will be played at the weekend. We're just having some scheduling stuff. So we're going to play as much of it as we can, and then we'll come back and catch up when we can as well. Like I say, we're just in a constant effort to try and make sure this event goes. Hopefully, as we move along, it'll get a little bit cleaner and a little bit easier for us to follow and everything. So fingers crossed over time, it becomes a bit smoother. Just kind of opening week, a little bit of chaos. I'm also going to have to move a bunch of other matches around, so I'll be working on that as well. So a couple of matches here and then will be moved, but we'll try and make up for it where we can. And yeah, just I mean, it's just Team League, man. Like Team Leagues do this thing where it's obviously a lot of players scheduling all at once and stuff. So yeah, but this does officially start tomorrow, even if it'll be just a single matchup tomorrow. But like I say, it'll be a little warm up, and we can go from there. GSL, yeah, GSL is back, quotation marks. Basically, GSL is running like a team event. It's not really GSL, to be honest. Yeah, it's like a team event. It's for like $600. It's basically like a soup advertising thing. So this is tomorrow. It's called GSL CK. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a more proper GSL maybe later in the season, to be honest, because yeah, this says. They're saying, yeah, I saw some fun comments yesterday about GSL is back. We are so about GSL is the new Pro League. We are so back. Personally, don't think that's actually going to be quite the case with this one. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Not to be negative, just being realistic. But hopefully we see some new GSL stuff as well. It's nice that they're doing something because it might build into bigger things. So yeah, GSL is on tomorrow as well. Unfortunately, we will overlap that a little bit. Can't really be helped. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Be back Thursday. There's Team League going to be Team League on tomorrow, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. 4 days of Team League. And yeah, well, I have to move a couple of Team League matches around, but like that shouldn't be too problematic. Let me just make note of those now, though, because someone sent me the message. So I actually need to make sure I move them. Oh, that's an ugly color. Oh, it's only ugly because I'm Control F in it. Yes, perfect. Perfecto. So in theory, we might be able to jiggle some matches around. Like I said, it's going to be a bit interesting, moving some stuff here and there. But yeah, might be able to. I think I can probably fix a couple things, so should be fine. Overall. Cool. I appreciate you guys. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I hope you all have a great time, and I will be seeing you guys next time, aka tomorrow, for more StarCraft 2. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. You guys take care of yourselves, and I will catch you guys next time for more StarCraft 2s. You guys have a good one, and I'll run some ads on the outro. They support the stream. Once the ads are done, we'll raid somebody. If you want to support further, do consider subscribing. Check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WARDITV. The Patreon is massive. It really is so important to us being able to continue to support these events, including the WARDITV Mondays. So do check out the Patreon at patreon.com/WARDITV. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.